Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. To our listeners, inshallah, we're going to be joined by Brother Yusuf and Brother Abdulrahman. Abdulrahman's running a little bit late. Yusuf's just making his tea, as they say in the UK, which for those of you who are not from the UK means making their evening dinner. So he'll be shortly arriving and joining us. In today's episode, we're going to be talking about, or we're not actually talking about, what we decided to do because, whether it's Yusuf or myself or Abdurrahman or Jake, we had loads of people asking us questions. So we thought we would have a discussion with you guys, to be honest. Maybe if you've got questions, whether you're Muslim or non-Muslim, whether you've got contentions, maybe you've got issues that you want to critique regards to Islam if you're a non-Muslim, or if you've got certain doubts that you want to address, then inshallah this stream is for you guys, man, to ask your questions. And if possible, we can answer those questions and address some of those contentions. If you have those contentions, then we will inshallah do so. So that's going to be today's live session today. So it's not a particular theme, so you really can ask any questions that you want, whether it's on belief in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, whether it's the Quran, whether it is certain aspects of certain rulings in Islam, or whether it's to do with liberalism or capitalism or veganism, if you want to talk about that. So really it's an opportunity for everyone to engage in and discuss. I'm sure we will, as soon as the other brothers start, share the link. I can't remember how to share the link now, actually, so I'll wait for Yusuf to join.
You press invite at the bottom.
Oh, yeah.
And then you copy to clipboard and then paste it in the comments.
Paste it in the comments, right? Okay.
We're back in a second. Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Wa alaikum salam. So let's see if that works now. Yeah, there we go. I think that's it. So everybody on YouTube now should be able to see.
If you haven't noticed, Sharif's a proper boomer.
I'm not a boomer. It's because I got,
how do you use this technology? What button do you press?
Yeah, what it is, because I'm using a laptop for the first time on these streams. I normally use an iPad.
Such a boomer thing to say.
But you know what I'm doing? So every so often I'm touching the screen thinking it's a touch screen. But you must think it's not working.
Proper boomer thing, mate. Proper boomer.
So yeah, so alhamdulillah. So we've got a few people that have joined us already. So should we invite them? Invite one at a time.
Turn your camera on in the back and give us a wave so we can see who you are.
Yeah, you don't have to have the camera on when you're on the actual live stream. We just need to see that you're a real person and not somebody who's trying to troll. So that's for, I think, Khayali Pulau. If you just turn your camera on, and also Ali, so at least we know that nobody can see if you can turn the camera on now. And then we can see you, and then you can switch it off when you want to come on the stream, or you can keep it on, whichever. Okay, we've seen Ali, alhamdulillah. Jazakallah khair.
Right, Ali can come on.
Khayali, I don't know if you want to turn your camera on.
If you don't do it quickly, we'll just bring Ali on until you do, because you're not coming on otherwise.
Yeah, just for safety reasons, because obviously you get trolls and they put all nasty things on sometimes, some of these streams.
Nah, you're not doing it.
Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum, Ali.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm doing good, thanks for asking. Obviously, starstruck. You guys are legends. Obviously, it's like, glad to be in your audience. So, I've got a question. I feel like you guys are the best to answer this, but I'm sure you've heard it before, with atheists saying that the God in Abrahamic religions sounds like a man. So it sounds like very human emotions and this and that, and like they try to dismiss like God due to very human traits. I don't know if you've come across this argument, but Yes.
Which traits in particular?
So basically, I've seen atheists before speak about how like the punishments sound very human-like. There's anger and there's wrath, and it just the argument is they say that it sounds like the Quran, Bible, whatever sounds like it's written by a man. And for sorry, I'm just nervous, but yeah, they say the scriptures are written by man because it sounds like a man, and it doesn't sound like it's from a god. Basically, I don't know if you already heard this argument before. It's pretty popular. I thought you
Yeah,
would have already heard it.
Yeah. So to be honest, I would just say I just don't have that same experience. When I read the Quran, this is one of the reasons I became a Muslim. It just didn't strike me as a book that men can
Yeah,
write. So they'd have to make reference to very particular things. Now, if they're going to make reference to the fact that Allah loves or Allah hates or that Allah has wrath, why is that something that would be unthinkable for a God? Exactly.
yeah,
I would ask them. I know this isn't you putting it forward. I'm guessing you've
yeah,
had
yeah,
this discussion with people.
yeah,
But it's generally just to get them to clarify and justify their statements. Don't let them get away with just saying things. So how do you know that if there is a God, that God wouldn't love, or that God
yeah,
wouldn't, or because humans hate, or because humans love? So what? Why is that something that would then negate
yeah,
this notion that Allah Azza wa Jal, would have these, attributes?
yeah,
I think also, Ali, you have to understand where these guys are coming from. A lot of these atheists, particularly
yeah.
ones off the internet, is they come from a Christian background. They have a very much a Christianized
Oh,
view
yeah,
about belief in God. And for them, imageries like on the Sistine Chapel where they have,
Old man with
white
a beard.
man beard, yeah, touching, pointing down, all that type of thing. Yeah. So that's the imagery that they have, this idea of a white man on a cloud, white man with a beard on a cloud. Yeah. So within that paradigm, now when they read the text, whether it's of the Bible or Judaism, that's the imagery that's in their head, and then obviously then they start to generalize that for all religions, including Islam. But I'm sure Ali, as you know, isn't it one of the key verses within the Quran is
hmm,
the verse where it says, "Laysa kamithlihi shay." There is
yeah,
nothing comparable, and there's no thing like Allah. Yeah, there's nothing
yeah,
like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So that's why historically within the Islamic paradigm, we've always had this understanding that even when we affirm that Allah loves or Allah hears or Allah knows, we've always said this is nothing like creation. Yeah,
yeah,
or it's not like creation. There's no modality that you could accept within creation in regards to that. I think in when you're speaking to atheists, sometimes what tends to happen is that you have to overcome a lot of their preconceived notions of what theism
yeah,
means. And so what I tend to do is I tend to avoid you sometimes I tend to avoid using the word God, yeah, for them because they, like I said, automatically in their mind is a man. And so I would use the word creator or necessary being. So that allows them to understand that actually this isn't far away from their own from accepting this type of conception. And I've had many successful discussions and debates with atheists in which I've described the evidences and arguments for the existence of a creator, and they basically said on that conception I can accept it. Yeah, so this is going back a few years ago, but I had a debate at Nottingham Trent University
okay,
with the philosopher lecturer who was at that university, Dr. Goucher, I think it was, and even he mentioned that point. So, yeah, I think you got to be aware of the preconceived notions that they have, and then you have to explain it from the Islamic perspective. Is that when we understand Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, we understand Allah Subhanahu wa Taala within this idea that there is nothing like creation, like Allah in creation. Yeah, creation in the modalities of creation are completely distinct to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Yes, we can know that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala exists and we can know that He creates and has knowledge, etc., and has power, but how those things are, we don't know. And so we're not really asked as Muslims to comprehend the nature of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We're only asked to apprehend Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's existence.
fair enough. Good answer.
Yeah.
But yeah, how I see it is obviously if basis of communication is to be able to understand it. So if God was going to send us a message, Allah if Allah is going to send us a message, He wouldn't send it in binary. He would send it in relative terms so we could understand it. And that's why I believe prophets were sent to tribes throughout the world. So there'd have to be some kind of relativism so we understand it, comprehend it. If we can't understand what Allah is saying, I can't relate to it. It defeats the purpose of the scriptures, in my opinion. But yeah, thank you for your insight. Great. I don't know what else to say.
Right. Yeah, because when you use certain languages,
Yeah.
in order to describe things of the unseen, and by definition, the unseen. So we don't really have the ability to comprehend, in human terms, some of, in a comprehensive sense, that is, when it comes to the unseen. Whether even forget about leaving aside Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but even talking about Jannah and Jahannam, how are we going to visualize and comprehend the nature of these realities? Now, if we can't understand the nature of these realities, then obviously when it comes to the creator, it's something different. Now,
but it's still something you can communicate, though. So we can talk about, like, when you're reading about the pleasures of Jannah and the contents of Jannah, and there's going to be mansions there, etc. It's not like these words don't have any meaning to you. You understand what's being said.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that you also comprehend that whatever the experience is, it's going to be nothing like your experience here. So that it's going to be beyond comparison, basically. But there's still some sort of content there, which has given us enough information to be able to, like, figure out what is being said, despite the fact that these experiences will only really be something we'll be able to fully comprehend on the day that we experience them, inshallah. May Allah make us among them.
Great. Thank you so much for your answers. I won't waste any more of your time, but great. Thank you so much, Sharif and Yusuf.
No,
take care. Allah Hafiz.
Assalamu alaikum.
Kayali actually added a face. It was a bit blurry, but they did add them. So they showed their camera. Should we add them? Yeah.
With the G, the person.
Yeah, and they waved a little bit, but it was very blurry.
If you're happy, I'm happy.
Yeah, I'm happy, man. Hi, Kayali. I don't know if you're Muslim or.
Hi, am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, are you Muslim or non-Muslim?
Hi, thank you. I mean, you could call me. I mean, I was born in a Muslim family. I'm just having a lot of doubts, so I would say something in between.
Something in between, as in you were a Muslim, but you're thinking of leaving, or?
Yeah, I mean, since I have a lot of doubts, so but then I don't think it would be fair to call myself one right now.
How can we help you today?
Sorry?
What would you like to
help you? What can we do?
Yeah. Thank you for taking me on. I thought, I just turned on the camera. It was a bit blurry, so it's good that that was good for you. So thank you for taking me. I just had a question. There are a few, but I'll select one, and I'd like your say on that. Just give me a minute. Sorry, if you, in fact, if you could take me after, if you could take someone else just right now and take me after, just 5 minutes, if that's possible. Just
yeah, that's fine.
Thank you very much.
Imran Khan, I think, is next, but I'm not sure if he showed his face.
No, it is sorry, brother. Unable to turn on my camera. He just has one question. He's written the question down. So he says, I find the contingency argument, either contingent or necessary existence, ultimately reached to God, very convincing. My question is there any rebuttal to this? I think it's.
Can you add him to the stream? We'll add him to the stream, yeah? He sounds sincere, he's asking a sincere question.
Oh, he's gone.
Oh, is he gone?
Yeah, that's you've brought someone else on.
All right, just as I was pressing it. Oh, okay, cool, no problem. That's a good question. Anyway, so are there contentions to the necessary the contingency argument? I think that's
there are contentions, but I don't think they stand like fully. So there's the ones about the typical ones, isn't it? That there is no necessary being. There's only contingent things, or the necessary being is creation itself. So the universe, and I think that one's it.
Yeah.
Is
They're
there
sending
anything
the
else?
super chats. They're sending the super chats to say let Abdulrahman in.
Where is Abdulrahman?
He asked for the stream link. I've sent it to him, so inshallah. But he's not come. So yeah, so if you can, from my understanding, there's a few contentions that people raise, and like Yusuf says, his question is whether they work or not. With any argument, you're always going to have people who are going to have contentions to it. So one contention is the idea that contingency argument relies upon the principle of sufficient reason. So for every contingent fact, there requires an explanation for it. Yeah, and there's different types of PSR, as it's known by short. There's different views about how the PSR operates. Yeah, some have a very strong version of the PSR, which means everything requires an explanation. Either the explanation is contained within something else, or it's contained within itself. Yeah, it's a very strong version of the PSR. And what then maybe some people have a contention with the contingency argument is that type of strong view of the PSR results in necessitarianism. So the idea of a necessary being would have to have an explanation as to why the necessary being created. And that explanation is either contained within itself or external. And if it's external, then it's no longer a necessary being. It's dependent. So it's requiring something else to cause it to create. But if it's within its own self, then it means that by its own nature, it must create. And because it's necessary, then its creating must be out of necessity as well. And therefore, what it's creating is also necessary. So that's one contention that people have. And the arguments against that is basically to say that we don't need to have a strong PSR. We don't need to hold this idea that everything requires an explanation, because we can say there are some things that may not have an explanation, like free will, like decisions and choices that we make. So we may say that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala creating is within the, He creates and it's within His capabilities and nature to create, but it wasn't necessitating for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to create. He didn't have to create. Another contention that people raise is so it's not within he didn't have to, so he had will, he had the capability to create or not to create. Another argument that people argue against it is saying that every contingent fact. Hey, Abdulrahman, assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Okay, can't speak. Okay, no problem. So anyway, so another argument is that every contingent fact, so they say, okay, let's say only contingent propositions or contingent realities require an explanation. Then they say, okay, but isn't God choosing to create a contingent proposition? And if you're saying that therefore God is not necessitated to create, He chose to create, isn't there at least one contingent proposition that doesn't require an explanation, i.e. God's will, to create? And if you accept that, then they would say, then why can't I accept that there are just brute contingent facts within the universe? Why do I have to add an entity called the necessary being with a will? And so that's another argument that they use against that. And generally, the way I answer that particular point is to say, look, when we come to the discussion about minds and how other minds exist, we know that other minds exist because you have non-necessitating acts that take place. That a human being, when you think a human being acts, through free will, he has a mind of his own. It's because all of what he's doing in terms of free will, the choices that he has are non-necessitating. They don't have to be that way. They could have been another way. That's how we can come to the conclusion. Now, why did God choose a particular creation and not create, or why did He choose this type of universe as opposed to another type of universe, is maybe outside our ability to comprehend, but it doesn't negate the fact that there are going to be continued propositions that don't require an explanation or don't have an explanation, and those things are generally what we assign to will. That's how we come to the conclusion that a thing has a will or being has a will. Hopefully that's clear. I don't know if Yusuf wants to add. It's a shame we haven't got Imran on the stream. Actually, I could have asked him if he understood those points.
Yeah, you could always message again. I don't think he's come back. But you could, there's a lot of comments coming in on the comment section, so I don't know if he's messaged on there. But yeah, the only other thing I would sort of add on, this idea where they talk about the universe being the necessary being. I ended up talking about this a little bit today on my little live stream because I'm reading the Plato Stanford thing. And the question is if the universe is necessary, what exactly is necessary? So they're trying to say this so that they can posit that the universe is something that has existed forever. But then if you take any one, like if you've got this infinite timeline and you take, say, somewhere in the infinite past, you take a snapshot of what the universe is then, and then you take another snapshot at another point on that timeline elsewhere in the universe. What is the universe other than the sum of all of its parts? The universe is a totality of things. But then if in that one snapshot, so we'll just say snapshot A, you have a number of things, and let's say that everything in this first snapshot perishes and ends, and something new is generated or originates in a completely different snapshot of the universe, then what is necessary here? Because they're not identical. It's not even the same universe. You've got universe A, which has a list of things, X, Y, Z, whatever it is, 1, 2, 3, 4, you can list them out, of properties and objects and things that exist within it. And then you have another universe over here, which is completely unidentical to that one. So that, they're not the same thing. What has existed necessarily? With nothing here that has existed. The only thing they really fall back on is they move towards this notion of energy. Energy necessarily exists.
Yeah.
But then you ask, well, what is energy? And they just move towards, it's not even a thing, it's just an attribute. It's the potential to do work. That's not a thing. You're talking about something potential here rather than something actual. And how is that the necessary thing? Like how is that which is necessary? And especially if it goes through processes of transformation and, like energy becomes matter and matter becomes energy. There's nothing necessary here at all. It's just things transforming into other things and nothing exists necessarily.
Yeah, energy is a really interesting one because you're correct in saying that. What is it? I mean, I think Abdulrahman had the stream with Hamza's Den where somebody tried to argue that point. I think Abdulrahman. I don't know if you can speak still or no. Okay, we move on with it. But yeah, should we move on to the next guest? I think Muhammad Islam, and then we'll go back to Kiali if he's still able to. Assalamu alaikum.
Hey, assalamu alaikum. How are you guys?
Alhamdulillah, you?
I'm good, alhamdulillah. Well, thank you for having me on. I just had a few questions, actually, I'd like to discuss with you. So just the precipice that I'd like to start the conversation off with is none of the questions that I have I would regard personally as any sort of shubha to me at all. So alhamdulillah, like I don't have any doubts in terms of aqidah or belief in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but it's just, I'd like to clarify a few things because I feel we do have a few inconsistencies. I believe in the da'wah scene in terms of things like free will and attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So yeah, I'd like to discuss that with you if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Okay. So personally, I believe we only have free will with a lowercase f, if that makes sense. In the sense that, just like how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that He keeps the birds up as they fly, but we have naturalistic explanations for how the birds fly and how they descend, etc. I believe free will is only something that we experience, but it's not a metaphysical existence. It's not something that, like, we don't create our own actions. And I feel like a lot of Muslim scholars actually agree and explicitly express this point when they say that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala creates the actions of the slaves. So I don't really see how we can reconcile this like, I understand there's this notion of compatibilism where we can have free will and determinism, but I feel that's a Western notion. I don't feel like it's actually compatible in the sense that we can admit that there is an absolute idea of free will where we create our own actions and we're reconciling it with a deterministic world. I don't think that position is legitimate Islamically.
Yeah. No, it's a good question. Right, so obviously the topic of
One sec. Brother, can you put yourself on mute? It's incredibly windy where you are. And
yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Sorry.
Did you hear everything I had to say, or
yeah,
we
is
heard
the wind interfering?
It's just that it's continuing the way it might. Have you muted?
I'll mute him for him. So yes, it's an interesting question. It's a very long discussion to be had, actually. So the issue is that there's a few problems that are trying to be reconciled and trying to be solved when we look at this question. One of them is a purely scriptural discussion, meaning that what does the text indicate? What does the Quran and the Sunnah indicate? Does the Quran and Sunnah indicate that we have free will? Yeah. Or does the Quran and the Sunnah indicate that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala creates everything that we do? And therefore, as some people assume, we don't have free will, like the Jabriya as an example. So there's that's one issue. Another issue is how do you reconcile the idea of free will interacting within a material world? So free will is something which is immaterial, and yet we interact in the physical. So how do you deal with that? That's more of a problem with atheists, to be honest, to affirm some sort of free will. Another problem is basically this idea of, can you have an indeterminate act? Is that, an act that a person chooses, maybe good reasons why he chooses one over the other, but it's non-necessitating for him to choose one over the other as well. So there's lots of issues with regards to this discussion. Also, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's knowledge, and how does that mean in terms of our ability to choose, etc. So different scholars have approached this from an Islamic perspective in different ways. A lot of like the sort of the mutakallimun, they tended to see the problem within the paradigm of how classical sort of discussions prior to Islam looked at this issue of free will and determinism, and then tried to superimpose that upon the Islamic text. And so you had the Mu'tazila, who would say, yes, human beings create their actions, they're free to do what they want. You had the Jabriya, who were sort of an offshoot as well, who said, no, we don't have any free will, we're just like leaves that float in the wind. And then you had like maybe the Asharis who tried to sort of bring these sort of reconciliations and come up with occasionalism. So this idea that human beings choose, but they don't actually have the ability to physically manifest the action or create the action. Rather, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in accordance with the servant's choice, brings the action about. So that's occasionalism. So I think from our perspective, though, is when we look at this topic area, some of it is underdetermined within the Islamic text in terms of the mechanism by which actions take place by a human being. Yeah. Rather, what we have within the Islamic text is clearly this idea that human beings are mukallif. Yeah. This idea that we are responsible. Yeah. And so certainly we talk about in usul al-fiqh, this idea of taklif. When does a person reach responsibility, or the age of responsibility as well, when he becomes mukhallif? So there's a hadith of Prophet ﷺ that talks about the pennies lifted are free, the one who forgets until he remembers, the child until he reaches maturity, and the insane until they regain sanity. So there's an idea that there are people who don't have an aql, who don't have a mind to be able to make choices.
Yeah, but I honestly believe that's talking about reality on a completely different plane. If I could use that word, like, I'm not talking about the physical realities of like if somebody's brain is mature enough or big enough to start making decisions. I'm talking about the metaphysical reality of choices. Because to me personally, I feel like it's a very simple issue where I think, okay, Is it possible for a thing to be created by other than Allah? No,
but
obviously that would be shirk. So
I understand that. So
I believe
let me just finish
will,
my
everything
point.
has to be under that.
Yeah, so let me just finish my point really quickly. So the reason why I was referring to the issue of mukallif, and you're saying, well, that's just the physical world, is because the way Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala addresses the servant, he addresses the servant that he has a mind and is able to choose, and he's responsible for his choices, and he should be making the correct choices. Yeah, so that's how the Sharia works. And the Sharia obviously is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, as we Muslims believe. So we understand that. Now, the discussion about creating an act, yeah, is that within humans' capability, or is it Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala brings it up, is not discussed within the text. And so that's why I say this area is underdetermined, the manifestation of how the action brings about. What we should be concerned about is more on the level of, are we considered morally responsible agents? Is that how Islam views? Is that how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala views us within Islam, within the Quran and the Sunnah, and how we're addressed? And the answer is yes, we are. Now, is it the case that, like the Asharis who hold occasionalism, we will, Allah wills, and Allah brings about physical actions of the will, and the will is not a physical thing, therefore it's not under the idea of creation in that sense? Or is it the case that creation here, in terms of the capacity to do an act, use my hand to steal, or I could use my hand to work, none of those things are that I created, but rather I are operating within the system that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created, and I'm just simply choosing between them. So it's not in the technical sense of creating. Now, Imam Razi, he mentions, I'd have to pick up the reference, but he actually mentions certain discussions. Certain discussions are from the root of the Aqidah of Islam, and certain discussions are from the periphery, the branches, and they require ijtihad. And he put this discussion about, does human beings, do they create the act or not, put that under the furu, the branches. Yeah, and he said it requires ijtihad. And then he goes on to say, if there was an important discussion, if this was an important article of faith, then it would have reached us through Tawatur evidences in a clear-cut categorical manner, such that there would be no dispute over it. Rather, what you're seeing is the dispute is the implication. What does it mean to do an act? Does it mean that the act is a created action? Is it you do something which is creating from ex nihilo, yeah, from nothingness, yeah? Or is it just simply an act that's operating within a system that's already been created? Or is it the case that you're making a choice under an occasionalist viewpoint? Or is it the case that you're making a choice under what they term Molinism as well? So there's different views of how to reconcile this. I think
but those two phenomena could be mutually exclusive, where somebody could say you can create your will, but the physical actions are determined, or vice versa. Somebody could say the physical actions are created and the will is determined. I mean, they don't necessarily have to mean the same thing. You know what I mean? Like,
I agree. So the will and the act of a human being, so the Asharis, they separate the will and the act as two separate things. They said the will is not a thing, a shay, like
Okay, so a question, brother, a question. So do you personally believe that our physical actions are created by Allah, or are they, like, what do you in terms of the physical manifestations of our wills? Like, if I was to get up and start walking, that's obviously a created thing, right? So that's completely determined.
Well, see, for me, I don't adopt a particular position. I think it's underdetermined within the text. Yes, we believe that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the sole creator, but I think there's other ways that you could reconcile it. So then one way that you could reconcile it is through Molinism, or another way you could reconcile it is to say that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created the system of the universe and your capabilities, and then you have the choice of X or Y. But you doing X or Y doesn't mean you're creating X or you're creating Y. You're just operating within those options that have been created already for you.
Yeah, but you're arbitrarily choosing one over the other, which is by definition a creation, right? Because you're bringing about something that didn't exist before.
No, because this is what we say. This would be this wouldn't be creating. You're not creating anything new. Yeah. So if I chose to stab somebody and I chose to, pat somebody on the back, none of those acts are creating Yeah, the event may not have occurred, and then the event occurs, but it's not creating in that sense. The creating capacity was the ability to do that from nothingness, and obviously we can't do that. It's not from nothingness. It's within the options that Allah Subhanahu wa Taala has given to us. But I personally, my personal approach towards this, I think these are undetermined discussions within the text,
Yeah.
and that we
Yeah. No,
as Muslims are
for
not
sure.
accountable to hold a particular
Yeah.
theological view on these issues.
Yeah, yeah. No, for sure. I mean, definitely if someone was to engage with a non-Muslim and to, openly, explicitly say that, hey, I'm a Jabri, I don't believe you have free will and God is just going to throw you in hell because he wanted to, like, that's not wise from a Dawah perspective. So I definitely understand that. But the reason why I'm mentioning this is I feel like it has major consequences in terms of how you interpret the attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I mean, there's an ayah in the Quran where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, if I can remember it correctly, وَلَوْ شِئْنَا لَآتَيْنَا كُلَّ نَفْسٍ هُدَاهَا وَلَكِنْ حَقَّ الْكَلِمَةُ مِنِّي لَأَمْلَأَنَّ جَهَنَّمَ مِنَ الْجِنَّةِ وَالنَّاسِ أَجْمَعِينَ. That if Allah had willed, He would have guided all of humanity, right? But it was His decree that He would fill hellfire with people and jinn alike. So from an absolutist standpoint, like I understand here on earth and our subjective experiences that we have free will, but prior to creation, the very beginning, in an absolute sense, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wanted a world. He created a world where He desired and He willed that most of His creation will suffer in hellfire. Now, I'm not implying injustice here. I'm not going down that route like some atheists do. I'm not trying to say God is injustice. That's not what I'm saying. But how can we reconcile the attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala with this understanding?
So what verse was that? Sorry. What verse was it? Sorry, Mohammed. Do you know? I don't think you recited it correctly. Oh, the translation.
Are you able to search in Arabic, or does it have to be in English?
I can either, whichever.
Okay, can you search?
Find the verse. Sorry, I'll find the verse. I know which verse you're talking about. I just don't know the reference. But I think Abdulrahman wanted to jump in.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, so it's just one word, Mr. Brown. So I can حق القول مني.
Your mic is really weird.
Is it low, high, muffled?
Too high. You need to turn the gain a little bit.
Turn the gain down?
Yeah.
This better?
So much better.
Yeah, that's much better.
Okay, great. Yeah, so it was just one word. ولكن حق القول مني is the correct recitation. But I
apologize for the mistake.
I'm not getting the problem. Like what needs to be reconciled? Is it the fact that God is the creator of everything, and you want to reconcile that with our freedom?
No. So I'll tell you my personal opinion. I think we have freedom only in a subjective sense. We feel free. So we have free will in that sense. So that's how I personally reconcile the Islamic text in admitting that we have Mashi'a, But I believe metaphysically Allah creates everything, including our will. So you can say I'm a Jabri in that aspect. So my personal opinion is to not commit shirk and to adhere and to say that Allah created everything, I have to include my will in that. So I believe Allah created everything, which includes my will and for most people's decision to disbelieve in Him. So this ayah that I mentioned, وَلَوْ شِئْنَا لَأَتَيْنَا كُلَّ نَفْسٍ هُدَاهَا, that Allah, if He had willed, He would have given guidance to everyone, but He decreed that most people will go to hellfire. I'm just trying to understand how, for example, one of the names of Allah is the Just. Which is in Arabic Al-Hakam? No, not Al-Hakam. Anyways, I apologize. I forgot which name exactly. But we have obviously Al-Adl. Yes, of course. So does that mean al-adl only within the context of when he's judging people, but in the grand scheme of things, those morals or those criteria don't apply to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because he is openly saying that he wants most mankind to be in hellfire. That is his decree. And again, I don't want you to misunderstand me, please. I'm not here to cast doubt in anyone's hearts. Like, I believe in Allah, alhamdulillah. But it's just, I'm attempting to understand these texts and to reconcile the attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala with this overall understanding that Allah transcends these moral judgments of right and wrong and just or unjust, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, but your position. So you're taking a specific position on, like خلق أفعال العباد, and like the createdness of our acts, and you're taking the same sort of position on the fact that our will, is created.
Mhm.
So if you take that position and you say that you see it necessary to avoid shirk, of course this is a khilafi matter, so you can't say that people who take different
For sure,
positions
no, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so but then just certain entailments are going to follow from that on these meta-ethical concerns that you're raising about the nature of adl and justice.
Mhm.
And so I mean, just I guess just follow through. I don't see there being any issue. Like, just take the position and whatever follows from the position. Is there an issue with that, or is it that you accept part of it, but that other part you can't digest in any way, shape, or form?
Okay, I guess a good way of putting it is this, and let me be a little explicit, because that's the only way I can express it. Is it okay to say that justice does not apply to Allah in this context? In this context of, in the grand scheme of things, Allah will.
No, Allah is the just. That's see we have
See,
that,
that's what I don't want to mean. I don't want to say that I want to negate any of the attributes of Allah. That's absolutely not what I'm
but
saying.
look, brother, what you're doing. So you have certain starting points, which is like the aqidah that comes from the nas, from the text itself.
Mhm.
That Allah is the adl, and that he doesn't wrong his slaves, and he is just in his judgment and all of that stuff. That's there's no compromise there. You can't compromise on any of that. Now what you're doing in this different dimension of philosophizing about the entailments of the aqid position, that's not part of the aqidah itself, as in it isn't something that that can affect what you originally affirm from the text and from revelation about the world. You can't say, because of this specific metaphysical account of free will and meta ethics, I'm going to say that in that situation Allah is not just. I mean, I don't think you can do that whatsoever, and I think that's pretty much agreed upon by different Muslim schools.
No, of course. Like, if someone wants to come out and say that I don't believe Allah is just, of course he comes out of the fold of Islam. So definitely you can't do that. I agree with you. I'm just saying how is it, and that's why I'm on here discussing with you guys, because of course you people, mashallah, you have a lot of knowledge, and I would like to learn from you and understand how I can reconcile and have a coherent picture of understanding that Allah is just, for example, and his various attributes with the Jabri approach that I mentioned, because it creates a kind of cognitive dissonance, which is fine. I mean, you can still.
Are you a compatibilist? Sorry to cut you off. Are you a compatibilist or?
I believe it's a semantic difference, to be honest.
Do you believe we are morally accountable for our acts? Do you believe we have some degree of free will, whatever the metaphysical account of that free will is?
No,
do you believe we have some free will?
Okay, so at face value, I'm a compatibilist. Sure, you could say that, but I have a lot to say about that topic, to be honest, because we have to define what free will means. there's huge speculation about what free will even means. I
Okay,
mean,
forget free will. Do you
yeah.
believe we are accountable for our actions? Do you truly believe
yeah,
that
we
we are?
will. Yeah, we will be held accountable.
No. I'm not talking about us being held accountable. I'm saying, do you believe that you are responsible? You are truly responsible for your acts, as in you do
Okay.
certain things, and you
Do
should
your,
be
do your
held
acts belong
accountable
to
for your acts.
you, or do your acts belong to Allah?
No, okay. So
Well, let's not phrase it like that, because that's going to go back to the createdness part.
yeah,
But it's
No,
just from a purely subjective
have-
point of view.
no, for
do you
sure.
believe you're
Yeah.
accountable?
So it depends on the layer we're talking about. If I'm talking about just my physical subjective experience, I am, and I will be held to account, and I am responsible for sure. But let's say from Allah's perspective, from the metaphysical perspective, from an absolutist perspective, there is only Allah willing things and things happening. So from that perspective, there's no such thing as being held responsible or someone was accountable.
No,
There is
but
just
from that
something.
perspective, Allah also told you that you are responsible for your acts, and that He doesn't wrong you, and that He,
Yeah, yeah.
So,
And that's
so,
the Quran that's revealed to us in this dunya, right? So of course we can't transcend this layer of existence that I keep referring to, like just to simplify. Like I mean, like, sorry.
So let's not transcend it then. I mean, I guess that's sufficient,
for
right?
sure.
So you feel accountable, and you realize that Allah is the creator of everything. He has dominion over everything, and there is some way that these two are reconcilable. It's not. There's no explicit contradiction here. There's no contradiction. There's just some kind of unknown. Maybe. I mean, there are accounts. But forget. Let's not go into the details of the possible accounts. But let's say there is some metaphysical account of how this is made reconcilable. And that's
Brother Abdulrahman. See what you just did there is what I was referring to earlier. Is that the attributes of Allah, you're only ascribing them to this layer one existence that I keep referring to. That He is just, in terms of my subjective experience of how I experience justice in this world, in this physical world that I exist in, there's morals. But from His perspective, subhanahu wa ta'ala, He is not obligated with those moral right and wrongs. Do you understand what I mean? Like, I'm sorry if I sound very vague, but I hope you guys on the panel understand where I'm going with this. Is that justice means that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has to do the right thing. For example, there's a way to measure it. But when we say that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala arbitrarily created a world where he wills most, if not almost, all of His creation will go to hell, that is beyond the scope of justice. You can't. That is transcendent. So He's not obligated.
Well, it's not necessarily if people that are going to hell, sending them to hell is just. Why would it be beyond the scope of justice? That is.
I think the problem that you have is you're trying, and I think Abdulrahman sort of made the point as well, is that you're trying to reconcile. This is what I think you're trying to do. You've taken a particular position within whatever the Islamic text, and then what you're trying to do is you're trying to then reconcile it with other things. So one of the ways that you reconcile is saying, well, on our earth, in this world, we see X, Y, Z. We see free will. We are responsible for the Sharia. We're insane. We're not responsible. And then you're saying, okay, but in the metaphysical realm, then it's different, actually. Now, I think Abdulrahman is saying what you should do is you should go from the known and use that as the basis to understand things, rather than using the unknown or things of the metaphysical reality, which are, by not by definition, but can be beyond our comprehension. Certainly, the full nature of is beyond our comprehension. And then use that as a way to then to explain the known. You see what I mean? So you're using like
I think that's putting the cart before the horse, to be honest.
Yeah, so you're using Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's attributes and trying to understand how they then interact within the world. And Abdulrahman say, I think that I agree with it as well, is you use what you understand from our world, and then if you need to reconcile it, you reconcile it from our base upwards. If there needs to be a reconciliation.
Yeah, but you can only exactly. See, you can only go up so much until it becomes impossible to reconcile. So again, No. Again, please don't
bro,
understand me the
maybe
wrong way.
okay, let's just cut to the chase. Let's say you're just taking somewhat of an Ash'ari position on the matter. So what is there to argue? It's just that you're just convinced with the Ash'ari position. So, I mean, what is? I don't get all you're doing here. It seems like you're just arguing for that position, which is fine. So it's the position you hold. But then, is there some problem you see? Because
okay, so let me give you a question to narrow it down, for example. And again, I'll say I believe in Allah's justice. I'm not trying to raise any doubts. But if someone was to say Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala willed, He created for most of His creation to go to hellfire, how is that just? Again, I believe Allah's just.
Hypothetical someone saying this, or is
yes,
it? Or
yes.
are you
No.
No.
I believe Allah's just. Even if I can't reconcile it myself, I'm not gonna have shubuhat. I'm not gonna astaghfirullah, disbelieve in Allah. But in order to have a coherent philosophical outlook for myself and not have cognitive dissonance, how can I reconcile those two?
So one way,
but then you believe it's reasonable to believe in those two seemingly conflicting.
Yeah, and I explained why I believe it's reasonable. I said it's by attributing Allah's attributes only to our subjective.
You're is it me or is he breaking?
Obligated by.
Yeah. So do you believe the position you're taking here is a coherent one? Because you're basically saying Allah is transcendent. He transcends all these kinds of moral standards of right and wrong, and you're taking some extreme like divine command theory view on morality maybe, and you clearly think that that's reasonable. So where is the problem? If somebody comes saying what you said, you just tell them that.
No. I mean, I find it coherent, but I don't know if it's Islamically acceptable. That's what I mean.
I don't agree with
what I'm saying. So it can be coherent, but I don't know if it's Islamically acceptable. Yeah.
Brother, do you follow the Ash'ari school or?
Sorry, can you say that again?
You follow the Ash'ari school on this matter at least? Can you hear me, Muhammad?
Muhammad, if you're speaking, we can't hear you anymore.
Yeah, he's gone.
Okay. Sorry, Muhammad, we're going to have to... if you want to come back later on, that's fine. But we've got other guests as well. So we're going to have to move on. But just...
let's just say something real quick. Maybe Muhammad can watch it later. It's simple. Yeah. So if Muhammad saying, is it Islamically acceptable? I don't agree with it. But there are positions that try to argue for some sort of similar take on the matter. So if if that's your position, and there are Muslim scholars who hold to that position, then I don't know. I mean, I can't force you out of it. I don't agree with it. So I think there are coherent ways of answering the questions that you answered. I mean, Yusuf just gave you the straightforward question because you said something like if he willed to create with most of creation being in hell, which we don't know, by the way. That's not something we know. We don't know that most of creation is in hell. But let's assume that is the case. The question of justice is going to be related to whether they deserve it or not, which is going to take you back to
so the number here is sort of irrelevant. Like it could be one person goes to hellfire. It could be every person goes to hellfire. The question isn't about how many go to hellfire. The question is did they deserve it or not? That's the issue at hand. So the number's irrelevant, and it's I guess there's like this emotional inclination when you hear most of creation is going to hellfire. You sort of hear that and go, oh, how is that just? Why is it not? The number's irrelevant. Like if
exactly, even though that statement is not true, like we don't know that. We don't really know that most of creation is.
And if most people who commit crimes go to prison, like, okay, well, did the ones that went to prison, was it just to send them there? And the ones that were granted freedom and weren't sent to prison for whatever reason, maybe they weren't mukallaf or legally responsible, maybe there was something going on, or they had good reason, whatever it was. Those are the important questions, not the number, not how many were sent. or how many were not sent. It's sort of irrelevant. And just for, obviously, it's quite a confusing topic, and I'm just sort of cognizant of the viewers that were listening there might have gotten a bit confused. For me, generally, the way I approach this whole thing is I keep it simple. The question of who is responsible is a question of where does the action subsist? So, for example, when I speak, my speech subsists in me, so that the speech is mine. So when I'm talking, even if I pass a message on to Abdulrahman and then he tells brother Sharif, even if he's uttering my words, it is recognized that these words, although even Abdulrahman is saying them, for example, that those words are mine, because the words themselves subsist in me. And you get this quite intuitively, because you don't say when I'm talking or you hear you talking, even if you understand that Allah Azza wa Jal is creating the speech, or he's creating the sound, and he's creating the environment and the vibrating, all of my body, he's subsisting all of this. Even though he's creating that, there's never the question of, is this speech Allah's or is it Yusuf's? No one ever asked this, but the problem is the same. The problem is Allah Azza wa Jal is creating it, yet you still recognize that speech is mine and not Allah Azza wa Jal's, and vice versa, that Allah's speech is his and not mine, even when I speak the Quran, if I read the Quran. And the same thing here is with actions. So Allah's action is the act of creating. Yeah, Allah Azza wa Jal is relating to the act of creation in a completely different way than we do. And his actions are his. So Allah Azza wa Jal wills whatever he wills, but his actions subsist in him, and my actions subsist in me, even if Allah Azza wa Jal is creating them. So when I do something, if I wrong someone, Allah Azza wa Jal is creating everything, but that action, me doing something, just as me speaking, subsists in me. It is mine, and so therefore I am responsible. What I do is mine. What Allah does is his. And the act of creating is not the same as the act of doing. There's a distinction between the two. And so for me, it's just, I keep it as simple as that. Where does the act subsist? My act subsists in me. Allah's act of creation subsists in him. My speech subsists in me. Allah's speech subsists in him. And his belongs to him. Mine belongs to mine. And so on the day of judgment, what I do, I will be held accountable for, and vice versa. Whatever anyone else does, they will be held accountable for.
Yeah, and also the verse that he quoted, there's various tafsirs on that verse. That the verse doesn't mean that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the verse is basically saying that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala could have created every human being without free will and that would have chosen guidance. Yeah. And then it's understood by the Mufassirin that actually Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala could have done that because that's within Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's power, but didn't do that because he wanted to create this world as a test, meaning people have the choice. And then those people who do things against what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala commands to be done as a good act would therefore be punished. Now, I think also there's an idea of cosmic will and Shari'i will. I think that those are the terminologies. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala intends for human beings to follow his command, but it's the cosmic will that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given people the ability to choose what type of acts. So choose whether they follow the guidance or not. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants people to follow the guidance, but also has given the ability for people to make the choice. Yeah. And so, there's various ways of reconciling that particular verse. It doesn't mean that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala could have given guidance to all human beings and then actually willed some people to go to hellfire, or most people to go to hellfire. I don't think any scholars take that position. Maybe like the Jabriya might, but I don't think from the Ahlul Sunnah they do. Should we go to the next?
Khayali, are you ready to come back on, or not?
I don't know if he wants to comment if he's okay to come back on.
Abdullah, if you could pop your camera on.
Yeah.
Oh, I keep doing that. Are you ready to have your camera on, or do you want your camera off?
It's all right. I'll go in with my camera.
Sorry,
yeah, it's all right. Yeah, I'm happy to be here. Thank you guys. I love the podcast. I learned quite a bit. I have a pressing question, and maybe one after it. I don't know if time will allow, but if it doesn't, that's okay. But first, I just wanted to comment quickly on the thing that you guys were talking about. And I feel like there was a misunderstanding in the reading from the brother, because if you read a verse before and a verse after, you'll find that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is talking about those who are already in hell for neglecting listening to the commands of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and the message, and they're asking for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to send them back, because they're saying, hey, now we've heard the message. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying, well, no, but my command is to fill those people up who did not listen to my command. So I think that gives it a little more context, and I would highly recommend. It's 32, starts at 12, and it goes to 14, I believe. And that gives it more context, and it's not just Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala filling people up just randomly. He's like, hey, I just created these people, let them be in hell.
And no one questions whether or not they deserved it, but they seem in every case when the Quran talks about it to acknowledge that they are responsible and to be given a second chance. Let me go back, let me make amends for I wrong. And at that point it's cut off. So there's no question about whether or not it was just. So when you get the typical sort of YouTube atheist, it's like, oh, on Judgment Day I'll point my finger at God and say, rah, 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 I'll give him a piece of my mind. And like, no, it's not going to be like that at all. Like it's absurd to think that if Allah Azza wa Jal does exist, on that day when you have no power, that you would do anything other than bottle it. That you recognize at that point that you have no power. Arguing with Allah Azza wa Jal will be completely fruitless, and you will be held accountable for what you did. Go exactly where you deserve to go. And yeah, so they say it now. It's like the the Jack Russell syndrome. It's like, and then you let the lead off, and then it's dead quiet. Oh, there's that meme as well with the gates, and the dogs are barking to each other through the gates, and then when the gate opens, and they've got the opportunity to do something, they all walk off.
They just stand there. So my question is, and you may have heard this question before. It's a bit of a strange one. When I heard it, I'm like, something is wrong about it, but I just couldn't place my finger on it. But people will say, well, okay, Islam or some other religions say that we have free will and God allows us to do whatever we want. But then they'll say, if that's true, then it wouldn't be the fact that there would be, the consequence of hell. That's not true. That's not true free will, because if you do something else, then you're going to go to hell for that. And so they say, oh, no, there isn't actually free will.
So is there a question tied to that?
Yeah, so he's saying that if you've got the threat of punishment, how is that free will?
Yeah,
if you have to do this.
Yep.
That's the whole point, isn't it? Is that doesn't deny free will. The ability, the fact that there's a threat of punishment doesn't mean that now somebody's physically made you into a robot. If somebody puts a gun to your head and says, if you don't do this, I'm going to shoot you in the head, you still have free will. You still have the choice to take the bullet.
Yeah. And people even deny the whole point here as well is it's not that they go and, well, one, they go and do the act anyway. So they're still doing it. And two, they can deny that there is going to be a punishment. They have that ability as well. So they turn a blind eye to it and they refuse. And it's not like this is inconceivable. This happens in politics as well, where people are being told, listen, if the country continues to be run this way, these sort of problems are going to happen. And they turn a blind eye to it. It's like they willingly refuse knowledge, like the consequences of what's going to occur based on their actions. It happens within the dunya. Like,
and also it seems a very strange argument. Is this like an argument that non-Muslims or atheists bring?
Yeah, I've heard it from them. It's kind of like, and the way they would specify it is, if I held a gun to your head and I told you to do X, would that be truly free will? Would you be acting really freely here?
Yeah, but then that's the whole point, though, isn't it? It's like, okay, in this analogy, they really believe hell exists. So what? You're still going to become an atheist? That makes no sense.
I see.
That's very strange, though, because it just completely misses the point and, misconceptualizes the idea of free will. Like, the idea of free will has nothing to do with the consequence of your free choice. It's just about the ability to make a free choice. It has nothing to do with what's coming after that or whether someone's threatening you or not. It's simply your ability to make a free choice. It has nothing to do with whether you're being threatened or whether, there are no consequences to your act. It is a.
Yeah, that makes sense. My second question is kind of a little bit related to the last one with the last guest. It's kind of like, and you've probably heard this one before. Maybe you did talk about it in your free will podcast. I can't remember. But it's, why, if God is so merciful, why would he create people that he knows are going to go to hell? And you can amp the argument. You can really steelman it, because I was thinking about it, and you could say something along the lines of, why couldn't God, for example, create people that maybe temporarily would go to hell, but then ultimately they would go to heaven? So they would still be punished for the wrong actions, but they wouldn't stay there forever. Yeah, and so wouldn't that make God maybe not as merciful, or why would he do such a thing, knowing ahead of time?
I think there's a misunderstanding of what mercy is here. I mean, mercy doesn't mean that he is not going to be just in his judgment. The question is whether the people who go to hell deserve it. The mercy part isn't really about being merciful towards those who deserve an eternity in hell. The real question is whether they deserve it or not. And really, it's just a given from within our theology that Allah does not judge people unjustly, right? So the mercy part has nothing to do with it. Allah's mercy is not unrestricted in that sense, as in it doesn't apply to certain people who, let's say, are cursed. Like the definition of like a la'na or a curse is basically to kick somebody out of the mercy of Allah. Now we don't do that, but when it is like, when it factually happens, like someone like Iblis, are we saying that Allah should be merciful towards Iblis? It's a misapplication. I mean, he deserves his punishment. Or even if you think about it in human terms, like you wouldn't expect a merciful person to, let's say, be merciful towards a rapist or whatever, right? Like we understand these traits contextually, right? So it applies in certain instances, and in others it would actually be counterproductive and self-defeating to apply it. Of course, some people might disagree, and they might say that no, you should be merciful towards everybody. But I don't see why that should be accepted.
Because Allah is not just the merciful; He's also the just and the wise. And there can be unwise applications of mercy. So you take the Christchurch killer as the perfect example. So imagine, you've got this man who has unashamedly went and murdered a lot of innocent people, and then he's brought before the court with the families in the court. He's smiling, he's acknowledging that he's proud of what he did. He shows no remorse at all, no intention of apologizing, says if he was released, he would do it again. And then the judge says, I will have mercy upon you. He's not asked for it. He's not asked for forgiveness. Like he's, if this was to occur, not one atheist in the room would say, whoa, this is the most merciful person I've ever seen in my life. No, they're going to jump on that as being a misapplication of mercy, because it's not applied in relation to other important attributes, like the attribute of justice, the attribute of wisdom. This is a very unwise and unjust thing to do. And it isn't, I think, where mercy is to be applied at all.
Yeah, and that sounds good to me, but I would really like to steelman this argument if possible. So as an atheist, for example, I could come and say, well, let's think of two possible worlds. One where God creates some people that go to hell, maybe just temporarily. So they're still being punished for their bad actions. But no ultimate disbelievers that completely disbelieve. And then they, after that, go to heaven. Or in this world, for example, where you are going to have some people that stay in hell forever. And then as an atheist, I'm going to say, well, God here chose the wrong thing, astaghfirullah. The other possible world would have been better.
Yeah, but you see, I'm honestly these. It's becoming much like less and less interesting for me to actually entertain some of these stuff. I'd be like, well, if you think that way, you could go ahead and think that way, because a lot of these contentions are just so artificial. Look, you're assuming what the person deserves, right? So you can even look at it this way: the fact that a person who's gonna last for an eternity in hell had a life here and received some of the pleasures of God might be the greatest mercy in the world, given the actual gravity of his crimes. You just don't have access to that kind of information. God is the most just. We know that. We have a solid foundation for our theology. But we don't need to have some kind of very well laid out metaphysical account of what that mercy truly is in terms of, punishment X deserves, crime X deserves Y, and put it in that sort of mathematical form. It doesn't have to be that you deserve a specific punishment and you need to know the metaphysical account of why you deserve this amount of punishment for this specific crime. No, we have it in the background within our belief, as far as this conversation is concerned, that Allah is the most just and He doesn't punish people without them deserving it. He overlooks most things, and from His mercy, He delays punishments and He gives people time. And the people who are in hell and who will last there for an eternity, when they, Allah says in the Quran that if they are given the choice to go back to life and, go through the test again, they will just do the same thing again. I mean, so that's of His. He knows this because He knows the unseen. Now, I can't give you some kind of detailed metaphysical account of this. Neither can you. Neither can anybody, because it's a very complex issue. But that is sufficient in that sense. So if you're going to say it's not merciful to give punishment X for crime Y, then you're making a very, very deep metaphysical claim that we simply won't accept. I mean, the person who's making the contention is free to go whatever path they want to go down, but it's just not very impressive, to be honest, from our perspective.
Yeah, so I think maybe the assumption, now that I'm thinking about it, would be that they somehow know better than God that the world 2, the one that was described, would be better, for example, than the world that we live in, and that such a world would be more merciful or something like that, which obviously in this case wouldn't work, because we would believe God is, the most knowledgeable and the most wise and so on.
Yeah, but that assumes some kind of, pleasure pain sort of utilitarian account of morality. I mean, we can get to that, and we could talk about those aspects. And most of these, most formulations of what they call the problem of evil really does assume some kind of meta-ethical view in the background, and that's not usually explored as much as it should be in a lot of these discussions. It's not that the assumption is wrong; it's that just applying it universally like that is not. It's not necessarily the most plausible or fruitful thing to do in these kinds of discussions, and that could be explored. I mean, but then there is a metaphysical, a meta-ethical framework in the background there that's at work, saying that that world will be better. Don't have to accept that.
Right, I see, that makes sense. So I guess you're kind of assuming some type of meta-ethical tool or something to judge which one is better than the other. Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. All right, well, thank you guys. I don't want to take any more time here. I will say that I hope you guys have in the works something about maybe feminism or something coming up, because that'd be pretty cool. I've been reading some stuff on my own. I don't know if you do, but if you do, that would be interesting. Anyways, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate the podcast, and I hope you guys continue this. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi. Right, so Khayali says that they are ready to come on, so we'll bring them on. Hello, Khayali.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you're
Hello,
audible.
am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you. So go ahead. I'll help you today, inshallah.
Okay, thank you. So I was going to ask about about consciousness. I was actually searching, looking into this subject. I wanted to understand some of the Islamic concepts around it, particularly. So, would you say that consciousness, the source of consciousness, is soul? Is that an Islamic concept or any religious concept? Or, I mean, so let me rephrase it. Can there be a conscious being without soul?
I don't. I honestly don't. I don't know. Yeah, that's a simple answer. I mean, the concept of a soul is definitely related to consciousness, but is it like, you know, consciousness itself, depending on what you mean by consciousness, or is it because if you define consciousness as
Sure.
just like very simply
Sure.
self-awareness, yeah,
Yes.
maybe you necessarily need a
So,
soul to be self-aware. I don't know.
so, so self-awareness would be, I think, I would call it a high level of consciousness. But for example, I would call subjective experience. Any being having a subjective experience have some sort of consciousness. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, probably.
So, for example, any being which experiences pain or pleasure,
Yeah.
and yeah. So, I mean, and in that context, what is the Islamic concept about animals? Do they have souls? Do they have this experience of pain and pleasure? Are they conscious in that sense, in a very limited way, having pain and having
Yeah,
experiencing
I'm sure there's a
pain or
difference of
pleasure?
opinion on this, and I'm not very well read on it. But yeah, I mean, they do experience pain and pleasure, and in fact, there's like there's going to be like judgment between them, like amongst themselves, and on the day of judgment, like before they are turned into dust, according to one hadith. But it's probably an issue that where there's a lot more to say about. I don't know if Yusuf is more well read on the topic. I personally
Yes, I would say it, because even the Quran talks about, you know, how they commune with each other and things like that, and there's certain miracles that are expressed with the prophets where they can hear what they're saying and talking. So that the Quran definitely suggests a certain level of consciousness. I think it's a matter of degree. So maybe you could say some beings are more conscious than others. But yeah, there's definitely a recognition that animals do suffer and feel pain as well, because the whole point of the halal slaughter, for example, is to minimize that. Like, for example, making sure that the blade is sharp, and
Yes,
it's
exactly.
impermissible to cut with a blunt blade, etc. And you know, even the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, there's accounts of him having guards posted by dogs and things like that were giving birth to keep them protected and stuff like that. So there's a recognition that they are conscious, that they have rights, that they commune, they worship Allah Azza wa Jal, they recognize the Creator. For obvious reasons, I would say that it would be to a lesser degree than, say, the human consciousness. But
Yeah.
I don't know how that relates.
And
We've not got any information.
yeah.
On that,
So now, so I'll come back to my original, question then. And that was, would you relate and would you say that consciousness can exist without a supernatural? So, can a consciousness? Would you say consciousness is something immaterial? And if it is immaterial, is it
brother,
separate from
there
soul?
isn't like, just sorry to cut you off, because I want to know what what your point is, because there isn't one position on these questions, whether you're asking from an Islamic or non-Islamic viewpoint. There's
Yeah. So
many
let
different
me
positions you can take on it. Yeah.
let me so let me be very clear. So the whole point of asking this is, if consciousness is something that can only exist when there is a soul. Um, in that case, if we take into account that animals also have some sort of consciousness, particularly since they can feel pain or pleasure, uh, do they have some sort of soul? And the whole point of the soul, at least from my point of view, is that it is a being, it is a supernatural part of one's being, which eternally exists because there's going to be some sort of an accountability. Now, if there's an accountability of animals as well, that then we'll come back to the question: do they have free will? So, do you get my point?
No, okay, but
Kali,
we don't know. Yeah, go ahead.
I was
Go
going
ahead,
to say, Kali, when you first came on, I had to go, by the way, before, but when you first came on, you mentioned that you had doubts. Is this related to
Yeah,
your
yeah,
doubts?
yeah. I have a lot of doubts, so I just want,
No, but what is this
you know,
particular point related to your doubt?
Is this a reason why you are considering leaving Islam?
uh, I wouldn't say it is a very big one. It's just one question that I have, because it's something that the religious, the theist, what should I say? The religious point of view is quite different. They say that consciousness is something that can probably not be, or most likely it cannot be something that can be sourced or be based on
Yeah,
materialism.
yeah, that's
So
fine.
I
That's
was just
fine.
discussing that point.
Okay, Ali,
I guess
that's not.
the main
But if you would like to discuss my particular doubts, if you
No,
want me,
but just,
I
Ali,
can
I just
ask
want
those.
to
But
raise this
it's not
point.
something. So I would be very clear. It is
But
not
Kiali,
something that I didn't. But it doesn't matter. It would not impact my iman or whether I leave
okay,
it or not. It's just a question that I have, because it doesn't.
okay,
Because
Ali, just
logically
as a
speaking, it
point.
doesn't make sense for leaving something based on this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay, Ali, just as a general point, yeah. So, when it comes to the issue of consciousness, this discussion about the hard problem of consciousness, you're mixing two things together. The idea of where does
Mhm.
consciousness arise from if it's not material? Is it the soul? What does that soul mean? Etc. Etc. That's
Yes.
irrelevant discussion, to be honest. A large part of this.
Mhm.
The main discussion is this: that under materialism, can you give a good account of why human beings are conscious, or why there are conscious agents upon the earth? Can you explain qualia and intentionality and also free will under a materialistic paradigm? That's the issue. Now, the problem that a lot of materialists have is that they cannot explain consciousness when they say, well, consciousness is just brain states, the mind is just brain states, it's identical to the two. If people argue like that, then they cannot explain why you have consciousness as opposed to being a robot, yeah, where or philosophical zombie dead inside just doing acts
Yes.
that appear to be alive, yeah. That's the
Mhm.
issue. So that's what you need to focus upon. Now, the only reason why people
Yes.
bring in the discussion of the soul is because if then we conclude that consciousness cannot be grounded under materialistic paradigm, then the question then becomes, well, do theists or do people who don't believe in materialism, do they have an alternative? And they may say, well, we believe in a soul. But the reason why we believe in a soul is because of the Islamic text from Muslims. And so, because we have this, we have now a paradigm by which we can interpret where consciousness may reside in, yeah, or why we have consciousness, because we have quote unquote the soul, the ruh, within human being. But that's not relevant, because even if people want to deny that consciousness resides in the soul, the issue is that can consciousness be explained by materialism? If it cannot be explained by materialism, then there are things within the universe that exist that are not material. That's the issue. So not everything is reduced back to physical matter.
Yes. So yeah. Thank you for clearing that up. So that is where I think I was
before we
thinking
move
about
on,
this question.
so I just want to say salam because I need to start getting ready for bed. I'm really tired, and I've already sort of surpassed my 8 o'clock limit that I usually try to set on myself.
Exactly.
But no, it's been a pleasure, guys, and until next time, assalamu alaikum.
Well, I can sound to that.
Wa alaikum
Walaikum
salam.
salam.
Have you got access to the admin stuff for the StreamYard?
I have, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Alhamdulillah. Assalamu alaikum, everybody.
Sound. Right. So Kiali, so go on. So now we
Yes.
understand where the root of the discussion. The root of the discussion is, can
Yes.
consciousness
Exactly.
be explained by materialism?
Yes. So what I would say is this is a valid question, but what it comes down to is, if this is an argument from the theistic side, that since you cannot explain consciousness, uh, you know, through materialism, and that is also currently, maybe nobody says that we can never, maybe we can, some do say that we can never explain it, but then the question is, okay, if we assume that we can never explain it, then what is the answer? Are theists giving that? And if they are giving an answer, that answer should be coherent, that should be internally consistent. And that is why I was asking these questions, because I was trying to understand the theistic point of view. If soul, if it's a consciousness, and I would separate consciousness from free will, although then we'll have to discuss free will because of some other concepts in Islam, but I wouldn't say consciousness entails free will, because I would say, just an example from, right?
So Donald
Is that correct?
Hoffman, Donald Hoffman explains three aspects. Professor Donald Hoffman, who's professor in neuroscience, he explains there's three aspects of consciousness: qualia, intentionality, and free will. So he does include free will. Other philosophers of science of the mind, they generally just include qualia, intentionality as the discussion about free will. What's the conclusion? If your conclusion is that materialism cannot explain the how consciousness arises, what's the conclusion? The conclusion is simply that materialism is not foundational to everything that exists. That's all it concludes. We're not going in further. Well, how do we explain consciousness then? Does this prove God exists? We're not going into that. All we're showing is that materialism is not foundational for everything within the universe, which is what a lot of atheists try to present an argument that everything is reducible to the physical. So if we can accept now that there are things that exist which are not physical, where those non-physical things exist and how they come into being is a whole separate discussion. Yeah. And in Islam, we don't really go into details about these types of discussions because the text is not categorical on any of these issues. It affirms that we are conscious because the way Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala addresses human beings as conscious beings and talks about them having a mind, having an aql. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is talking implicitly, acknowledging the conscious awareness and ability of human beings, but does not describe how consciousness comes about in human beings.
So, I mean, I get that. So, and it's good that you clarified that at the end we don't, if using this argument, if we are not concluding whether God exists or not, or any other such theistic contention, but then just thinking about it, if I say that the current, the physics understanding that we also don't have an understanding of gravity. We feel its effects just like we feel the consciousness. So what we can say is there is something, we can feel it, we cannot explain it just as yet, just right now, but possibly we can. So similar to gravity, why can't we assume that consciousness might be explained, might be something that we can understand, or maybe we cannot. It's not necessary, of course. So the word materialism, if it means everything, every effect that we understand, and the material world as we understand it right now, yes, it doesn't explain it. But maybe some other forces or any other part of this universe which is not yet clear to us, which you don't yet understand, could possibly explain it, just like we don't understand gravity right now. So what would be the disagreement over there then?
So Kiali, what we have to understand is how scientific theories they arise and what they're seeking to do. Yeah, like the theory of gravity. What does it seek to do? Generally, science, when it develops a theory, and when I say theory, I don't mean hypothesis. I'm saying a working model of how the universe works.
Working model. Yeah.
So a theory is this: you take a set of observations, you assume an underlying pattern to explain the set of observations, and you try to work out a coherent narrative that allows you to explain the observations that you're seeing. Yeah. Now, if the narrative is coherent and is able to explain all of the data, then we take it as a theory. Yeah. We say it's justified, so long as we've not missed a particular variable and not understood certain hidden variables, etc. within the process. Then we take it. So the idea of gravity, when it came about, not came about, but when Isaac Newton talked about gravity, he talked about it as a force. So that was his narrative. Yeah. His narrative was to assume that objects with mass attract each other. So he saw it as a force. And then he used that as a way to then explain, the inverse square law of gravity, of how particular mass attracts other mass, and it's inversely proportional to its distance, etc., square of its distance. Then Einstein comes along and he says, no, there's a better narrative to explain these phenomena of objects coming together. And he says it's not a force, but rather the space-time bending itself. So this is the way to understand reality in that particular way. Now, what you find, and this is really interesting about epistemology generally, but science in particular, is these theories are theories as a way of storytelling. They're ways of being able to understand the universe, because we understand fundamentally the universe must operate according to certain patterns, observable patterns. So the question then becomes, what are those observable patterns? What story can we invent and create that matches the data, and then we can talk about it in that way? Like, for example, the standard model of particle physics, is a story about the fundamental particles or fundamental building blocks of the universe. But even then, many physicists don't really think of particles anymore as discrete particles. They think of them as waves. They think of them in a different way. So this is a way of visualizing the observations within the universe, giving it a story which is coherent in order to try to understand the underlying pattern and then explain that. So from my perspective, when we look at anything within the universe and we see law-like behavior requires an explanation of why it's that particular way as opposed to another way. And so these things like gravity or energy or the various laws of thermodynamics, they all point to the existence of a necessary being, because all of these are contingent facts. They are contingent realities. They behave in a particular way which is non-necessitated. They didn't have to behave that particular way. You understand?
Yeah, I understand that. So I would say that they have a specification, and then who specified that? I think
not specification. It's the fact that you see. Look, why would a person think a falling apple, the rotation or the orbit of the moon around the Earth, or the orbit of the Earth and planets around the sun? Why would he assume that there would be a force of gravity? Why would he assume that?
If he could see a similar pattern, and he could form a simple explanation which works for both of these events. Or
right. So if you think about what he's done now, he said, I've seen a possible event. There must be an explanation. So he's now coming. He's prior to his developing the theory, he's saying there's an explanation that needs to be. There's a phenomenon that requires an explanation. Yeah, that's the first thing. The second thing that he's doing, he's saying the explanation has a repeatable pattern. There's an underlying pattern within nature that provides this explanation. So then all I have to do is to develop a theory that has a pattern, repeatable pattern, and that provides an explanation to the phenomena that I see. Yeah. So he's assuming things like explanation. He's assuming things like patterns of behavior, and then he's applying that to observations.
Yes, absolutely. Science is just a modeling of this universe. So I understand that it's just a model. It's a sort of an understanding of how identifying the patterns. So I understand that.
And those patterns are not necessitating, are they? They don't have to be the way they are.
Yeah, of course. So they can be any other way.
Yeah. So therefore, the contingent.
They could have.
They're possible. The contingent, what we call contingent, they're dependent upon something else to explain itself. They require an explanation to explain itself. Why it's that particular pattern as opposed to another pattern.
Yes.
And this for us would prove a necessary being. This leads to a discussion that there must be something that's not contingent, that is necessary, and that gives an explanation to non-necessary things.
Yes, I understand. So that would be the. I understand the argument of the necessary.
So now, when we apply this to consciousness, Now, when we apply this back to consciousness, when you have people who are materialists and they talk about science in a very much, these are material facts. They're not material facts. That's the point. Gravity, theory of particle physics, or the standard model of particle physics, all of these things are sort of abstractions or abductions to explain patterns within nature. Yeah. So even this idea of what is material, what is nature, what is naturalism, becomes very hard for even materialist or naturalist to define. And then when you add in the discussion of consciousness and saying, can consciousness arise from non-conscious things? The answer generally is it's very hard to explain how consciousness arises from non-conscious things. And now you've got this other line of argument that says, well, you have a necessary being, and you have another line of argument that says that consciousness does not arise from non-consciousness, that not everything is reducible to the physical material. Even defining what the material is and what materialism is very hard to do. So now to accept a belief that a necessary being is conscious and gave rise to consciousness is not a big leap now. I believe in a God.
I mean,
Yeah.
again, the just the issue that I would have with that line of argumentation is just because we cannot understand it right now. Yes, it's a hard that's why it's called a hard problem of consciousness. But just because we cannot explain it right now, why would we come up with the conclusion that since we cannot understand it, therefore we have to conclude?
Yeah, but
We cannot
Khaled,
understand.
sorry, maybe I wasn't very clear. The reason why I gave the discussion, went into a bit of a discussion about gravity, is because what I was trying to explain about gravity is that gravity, even if they develop a theory of why objects attract each other, it's not an explanation that's foundational, necessitating explanation. Even if they come up with an explanation about consciousness, yeah, and how it arises, it's not necessitating, it's still possibility. It still requires an explanation as to why those particular patterns of behavior, yeah, or patterns of particles, whatever it is that they want to say, gives rise to this phenomena. Why should mass bend space-time? Yeah. Why should the smallest unit of energy be the Planck's constant? None of these things are necessary.
Okay, and so then what you're saying is that we'll probably move away from this argument of or this discussion of consciousness. We'll move away from it and we'll move towards the main argument, which is why is it? Why does this have this potential? And ultimately, we'll go back to the necessary being.
Yeah. So
Okay.
there's two. That's one way, and also the other point, which is this, which directly dealing with your particular question, is that look, when it comes to the discussion about the hard problem of consciousness, the hard problem of consciousness is not a problem of, we don't have the physical tools yet in science. The hard problem of consciousness is that science cannot answer this particular question. It's impossible to answer this particular question. There's an epistemic gap between being able to answer the question and the tools of science in answering this question. And that gap is the fact that gone.
Yes, I was saying. I guess that's because of the subjective experience, and that is something that the scientific method cannot capture.
Yeah, exactly.
And cannot directly detect.
Yeah.
Because I would say that a scientific method would have no exact way to differentiate from a biological robot from someone having a subjective experience.
Yeah. So let me give you an example of
and
this.
Something.
Yeah, let me give you a very brief example. Imagine if somebody never learned Morse code. Yeah, he doesn't know Morse code. Dots and dashes. Yeah, and so
I understand.
he's the most world famous scientist. Yeah, you give him a sheet of paper with dots and dashes, which is in Morse code, and he does all the experiments, but he doesn't know anything about Morse code, by the way. He does all the experiments that are possible. Would he be able to decipher its meaning?
No.
No.
Unless he understands that language.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like hieroglyphs, isn't it? Back in the day, hieroglyphs became a dead language. They didn't know how to interpret hieroglyphs until they found the Rosetta Stone, and then they had ancient Greek, a hieroglyph Egyptian hieroglyphs, and I think some other languages, and they were able to, and they sort of understood it was a translation, and therefore they were able to correspond between the ancient Greek, which they knew, with the hieroglyphs, and they developed language from that. Yeah, so they had meaning. So just having hieroglyphs, though, they couldn't discern the meaning. So the point being is this: is that somebody can turn around and say, but in the future, maybe somebody might build a technology that's able to decipher Morse code, even if nobody knows Morse code. But there seems to be an in principle, unbridgeable problem in being able to do that without having any basic knowledge of Morse code, of the meaning of Morse code.
Yes, I agree with that, and I think
So that's the
earlier,
level.
Yes.
So that's the level of problem that consciousness has when we talk about the hard problem of consciousness, when it comes to trying to explain it under materialism.
Mhm. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
so if I summarize it, just before I leave, that it's a problem, and one of the reasons it's a problem because there is no way science can actually detect it with certainty, pointing it out that this is exactly where consciousness is, but they'll never be sure of it whether it actually is. So it's something that they cannot detect, and that's why.
Yeah. So consciousness is a first-person subjective experience. Science is a third-person objective analysis, and science cannot capture the first-person subjective experience. So, for example, science can't understand why a person sees green the way he sees why he sees green the way he sees green. It can't explain that. You can describe, for example, I could describe science mathematically. Yeah, I don't need to have experienced seeing an atom, or an electron, or a wave function in order to understand it from a third person objective analysis through an equation. So it's describable, but first person subjective experience are indescribable. So if you've never seen green grass, you're not going to be able to explain to somebody, or somebody can't explain to you what the color green is if you've never seen green before. Yeah, so that's why there's an unbridgeable gap between the two, and that demonstrates, one, the limitations of science. It also demonstrates the fact that consciousness seems to be this phenomena that exists, which cannot be reduced to the material, and is not identical to the material, which is the brain. And so it leaves this option open that there are immaterial things that exist, and these immaterial things are real because we experience them. Yeah, we can't deny our experience. Yeah, unless you're what they call an eliminative materialist. Yeah, but if you're going to deny that, you're going down a bit of a rabbit hole. The point being is that you're going to have to accept that there is this, and then we have independent arguments as well, can be connected, but also independent, lead to a necessary being. And so when you bring this together, these are just two ways of looking. We've not gone into too much detail, but these are two ways of looking why why belief in a creator seems rational and reasonable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very
problem.
much.
Okay, we've done 2 streams on consciousness, so if you want to look at it in more detail, you can go back to those streams.
I have actually watched one of them. I didn't know, and I think this was the second one because in the beginning someone was referring to the first one, so I was like, okay, I'll have to look for that, and that is why I was sort of sort of started with this question because you had already discussed that.
Yeah.
And that's why I had this particular question because I don't think that was particularly addressed in the second one, and I wanted to understand whether that if consciousness resides in the soul, and again understanding the religious and this particularly the Islamic perspective of consciousness.
Yeah. So
okay, thank you very much.
Thank you anyway.
Yes. No, yes, please. I'm here.
Oh no, I was just going to say, just to summarize the point. Islam does not give a direct explanation of where does consciousness reside. Yeah, there is, abductions from people who are theists, including Muslims, that say, well, we have this thing called the soul, which seems immaterial, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions that we have this, and we have this other immaterial thing called consciousness. So they make the suggestion that consciousness arises in the soul, or comes from the soul, or sits in the soul. both of which are created by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So but nothing is direct within the Islamic text about any of these things.
And
Thank you anyway.
it's also because brother Abdulrahman was referring to something about animals being tested as well. So that's something not agreed upon, right?
No, he didn't say
so.
tested. He said that
being accounted for their deeds in the afterlife.
Yeah, it's not that they're tested, but that's a separate point. That's more to do with it's like a metonym to say.
Yeah, I guess because that's. Yeah.
On that day, nothing.
Okay, so I'll discuss this on another day, probably.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the time.
Bye now. Okay, so we've got Sir Delicious. Should we add him, Abdulrahman?
Yeah, I mean, if he turned his camera on and
he turned his camera on.
He got to the okay.
Yeah.
Oh, hey.
This is all yours, Abdulrahman.
I'll leave it for you, Sharif. Hey, Sir Delicious. Happy to have you on. Is that your real name, by the way? I mean, you don't have to say your real name, but we can't hear you. Maybe you didn't connect.
Yeah,
settings.
You could call me Terry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. You could call me Terry. So.
Okay. Yeah. So.
I won't take too much of your time. Question? Yeah, I'm gonna ask you a simple question. I'm a Christian. You guys are Muslims. All right, and there's a lot of arguments you guys like to use: the contingency argument, fine-tuning argument, etc., etc. My question to you is, can you give me your explanatory process by which you can determine your God is that creator? In other words, what's your best proof that Allah or the God of Islam is the creator?
Oh, you've got rational arguments and you've got revelation itself. Evidence for the prophethood of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam would be an easy path, as well as internal coherence. If you compare our conception of God to yours, for example, that comparison can be meaningful, but it's just many ways. It's just a very broad question. So
okay, that's why I said your best proof. You spoke.
I don't go by that best proof thing. It's a cumulative case. I mean, it's not.
Okay.
Give you one argument and it's zapped into your head.
No problem.
So I don't. Yeah.
How about I give you my best proof? Something that was revealed, because you spoke about revelation. So I have been.
Revelation for me, by the way, means like revelation to a messenger, like as in scriptural revelation.
Yeah, no problem. I have revelation that was given to the prophets in the Hebrew scriptures, and it was explained to me specifically. So it's something that's an argument that's exclusive to me, and I would like to test it out because I never did it with you guys. So it's based on two propositions. Number one, the God of the Hebrews is the author of the 7-day cycle. And proposition number two, he predicted the universal implementation of the 7-day cycle as a sign of his authority over all nations. So we can see Jesus Christ said he is Lord of the Sabbath. Yet 2,000 years ago, he said he was Lord of the Sabbath. Therefore, wherever there's a 7-day cycle, since the 7-day cycle is directly associated to the Sabbath, there is the sphere of his influence. So we see 2,000 years ago, only one nation kept the 7-day cycle. And we see throughout history, the domino effect. The last nation to be submitted was the USSR in the 1940s. So by that, he has established his kingdom, since Isaiah 66:23 stipulates from Sabbath to Sabbath will all nation come to worship me. Now, I didn't come to prove that he is Lord, because he could be Lord without your worship. But in order for this prophecy to be fulfilled, he has to submit all nations to a 7-day week in order for all nations to come worship him from Sabbath to Sabbath. So I give a tangible, direct proof that demonstrates the reality we're living in, and by that showing that he has power over our reality. Can you do the same thing with your God?
Yeah, I mean, I don't trust that you did that, but
okay. So before that, okay.
If you're talking about like the idea of providing, sorry,
Terry, really quickly. So are you saying that before Jesus there was no 7 days, or before the Old Testament there was no 7 days?
No. What I said is the 2,000 years ago, only one nation kept the 7 days. It was
Okay.
Israel. That's historically supported. But my argument is based on two propositions, and I would like Abdul to because he said he doesn't accept my proposition. I would like to know why. He
So
is
No,
first-
I said I
author.
don't know. I don't know that you did that. And let me just give a
Okay.
quick answer, and then
Okay.
Sharif take over.
Yeah.
I don't have enough information to assess what you're saying. I need to look at the scriptures. I need to look, so many different factors that would affect this argument you're making and affect our assessment of it. And I just can't do that. But cool, fine. Maybe I'll rewatch what you said and look into it. But honestly, I probably won't. But maybe
Okay,
Sharif
problem.
wants to comment. He can comment.
Before
So
Sharif,
Terry,
real
I'm
quick.
trying to understand. Let me try and understand your argument. So what you're trying to say is that the Israelites, they had 7 days, and today we have 7 days.
No, let me restipulate because maybe it's because you don't understand my argument. That's why.
Terry, 1 second before you answer that. I'm very sorry. Just want to tell people because a few people have been asking about Jake. Jake has some family commitment today, so he couldn't join. But inshallah, he'll be on in the future streams. Inshallah. Okay, carry on.
Thank you. So here's my argument. It's based on two propositions. Number one, authorship. In other words, you'll find no other nation or making claims to a 7-day week, recurrent week. So that's specifically Hebraic. And God says that is the sign of his authority. Ezekiel 20:12. Ezekiel 20:20 says, I will make my Sabbath a sign between me and Israel, that I am Yahweh, creator, and that I sanctify you. So he said, I will make it. He says it is the sign in Ezekiel 20:12. It will be the sign while they were in exile. So they weren't a nation during that time. So they can't keep the 7-day cycle. 2,000 years ago, Jesus Christ reaffirms this prophecy. So the argument is based on the fact that he is the author and that he predicted the universal implementation of the 7-day cycle week as a sign, because he says it's his sign, Isaiah 66:23, that I am Lord. He is the Lord of the Sabbath. So you don't have to do much research to figure out what my argument entails. So if both proposition is true, then I believe I have demonstrated that Jesus is sovereign over all nations. Why? Because our reality is subjugated to the power of his word, something that is exclusive to him. And I challenge you to do the same thing with Allah. Show me universal power
So, Terry,
of your God over me.
Let me try and understand your argument again. Yeah. So you're saying that 2,000 years ago, Jesus said that there are 7 days.
He is Lord of the Sabbath.
What?
He said he is Lord of the Sabbath, sovereignty.
Which is what day is that? Sorry, Sabbath. What day is that?
It's the 7th day, but the Sabbath is intrinsically associated to the 7-day week. So when he says I'm Lord of the Sabbath, he's basically saying he is the creator, since he created in 6 days and he Sabbath on the 7th. That's Genesis 1.
Which is what's the 7th day in going to Jesus?
It's Friday evening to Saturday evening, but that's irrelevant. Whether it's Friday evening to Saturday, it's a 7-day cycle. That's the argument. It's based on
Christians don't hold on to the idea of a Sabbath.
I'm a Christian. I do.
Yeah,
true Christians.
Majority Protestants that I've met, Catholics, Eastern
They're not Christians. They're not Christians.
Okay, that's fine. So the other, so that's, we've clarified that they're not Christians. That's good. So the other thing, Terry, is that I'm trying to understand is that you're saying that Jesus said, "I'm going to be Lord over 7 days."
No, he is the Lord of the 7 days, and he will subjugate all nations to that 7 days.
Okay. I'm trying to understand your argument. So I am the Lord of 7 days, and that everybody else will follow 7 days, and therefore
he is Lord over
follow 7 days, and therefore 7 days.
Therefore, he's sovereign over all nations, since all nations keep the 7 days, as he predicted.
Right.
If you want to go simplistically to that point, we could do it that way. It's really based on, first of all, authorship. That's first proposition. Second proposition is the predictive part of it, the universality, and the fact that he says it would be the sign of his authority. He says this is the sign of my authority. 2,000 years ago, it's reaffirmed by Jesus Christ, but it's all throughout Scripture. Exodus 31:13, Ezekiel 20:12, Ezekiel 20:20, and Isaiah 66:23. Good enough. 4 verses. So is that not sufficient? That says
that what?
That he is Lord. That
7
says,
days.
that the 7 days or the Sabbath, which is intrinsically associated to the 7 days, is the sign from the Hebrew word oath, which means the marker or the signature that he is sovereign over all nations.
You know what was interesting, actually? Just a few days ago, I was watching a video that popped up on my YouTube, Facebook, which talked about why there are 7 days of a week, because 7 seems a very odd number. And you know what's interesting is they didn't mention about the fact that it's because the Bible. They said that it was to do with the fact that there was known to be seven heavenly bodies, and that therefore the 7 heavenly bodies, they used to rotate around they used to move, the planets used to move, and the sun and the star and the moon. And so as a result, they would mark time based upon the movement through the 12 constellations, the 7. And that's the reason why.
His issue, because I want to keep it as simple
as possible. That's why
you have
Monday, Moon Day.
I know.
Saturn Day.
They're not
Sunday.
Universal. They're not universal like the 7-day cycle, so that's irrelevant. But here's the thing:
I'm debating 7 days. They were saying 7 days.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about. Like I said, it's exclusive. This is my argument, and I've been using this, so I've been doing my rounds, and I'm going to be debating a historian this Friday on this very specific issue. But I have multiple videos on my channel refuting this false claim. Here's the issue: even if I would accept that, let's say I would accept that the 7-day cycle is the because you're arguing against the authorship. You're still, which is it's totally false, because my Bible refers to the 7-day cycle all throughout Scripture. It is mine. It is associated to my work and the fact that I am God over creation. You will not find that with any other culture. So the 7 luminaries or the 7 stars, that is very far-fetched, as opposed to this is my Sabbath, this is my sign, making claims. No,
I'm just saying, even if I were, the idea that it was something specific to the Israelites. If other nations had 7 days because they used 7 heavenly bodies that could be seen by the naked eye, and they use that to mark the various 12 constellations, the movement.
No nation ever kept us. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if that's the case, then that would refute your argument.
I understand what you're saying.
It would refute your argument, though.
It would in some sense. Let me tell you why. Number one, no nation ever kept a 7-day recurrent cycle. Babylon kept the lunar cycle, and they would add an extra day on the last week. Extra 1 or 2 days in the last week. That's not a recurrent 7-day cycle. It's a lunar cycle. Every ancient civilization kept a lunar cycle. A lunar cycle is based on the moon, and it's not a recurrent 7-day week. So I understand what you're saying, but I'm really I have exhaustive studies on my channel refuting, because I know this is the claim that people make. But even if you would go to that, we can assuredly go 2,000 years ago and know that only one nation kept the 7-day cycle. Assyria didn't exist 2,000 years ago, old Assyria. Babylon didn't exist 2,000 years ago, and Samaria didn't exist 2,000 years ago. So even if I were to concede the first point, which is totally false, it still wouldn't militate against my argument, since only one nation kept it 2,000 years ago. You don't have to do much research for that. And exclusively, one nation exclusively kept the 7-day cycle, and only one scripture predicts its universal implementation. And we see the effects of that today. So
that's cool.
Number one, how can you argue against that? Okay.
Yeah, so I was just checking Britannica Encyclopedia, and it says evidence indicates, however, that the Jews may have borrowed the idea of the week from Mesopotamia, for the Sumerians and the Babylonians divided the year into weeks of 7 days each, or one of which they designated a day of recreation, a day of rest. So, maybe it's the case that Israel was unique amongst all the different nations, and maybe that was revealed by God. I don't think it necessarily proves Christianity is true. I think it just simply proves that the origin of the 7 days was something divinely ordained, and as Muslims we're fine with that. We're not a problem with that, because we believe in 7 days as well.
Well, here's my issue. Number one, you went to encyclopedia. I would refer you to the Encyclopedia of Religion and Ethics, because you didn't really read the quotation accurately. Because I know that's what they're saying. But basically, I know. But the Encyclopedia of Religion and Ethics, T.J. Pinch's 1919 says it's not a recurrent 7-day cycle. And if you go to the primary source, historical Bible.
Yeah, but you can't say I didn't read it correctly if I'm not reading your reference and I'm reading a different reference.
I understand, but what you're I didn't mean it that way. What I'm saying is what you're trying to suggest when it says they may, There's a reason why they say it may have came or it might have been influenced. I'm giving you the reason why they're saying that, because when you go to the primary sources, the Babylonian sources, we see it's a lunar cycle. So basically what they're saying is they copied the lunar cycle from the Babylonians. I totally disagree with that, because the lunar cycle is not a recurrent 7-day week. So that's irrelevant already there. And as far as the Muslim keep a 7-day week, no nation, Arabian nation, kept a 7-day cycle before the Hebrews, number one. The God of Islam does not.
We do.
I know, but that came later on. But his issue, number one, there's no prediction of the universality of the 7-day cycle in the Quran. And number two, you guys don't keep the Sabbath. So to somehow try to ascribe this prophecy for yourself while you don't recognize the Sabbath is very problematic.
Prophecy. We're just saying. I'm just simply saying.
I'm just saying, my God is not your God. That's the point. Because my God is the Lord of the Sabbath, and yours is not.
Yeah. No, Terry. No, I appreciate your point, but all I'm just simply saying is that even if I accept that the 7-day cycle was something divinely ordained, 7-day week, then I could say, yeah, fine. Because obviously, as Muslims, we believe that prophets were sent, like Moses, Abraham, Jacob, etc., and that they were given revelation. And if that revelation was to say that you have a 7-day week, we're fine with that.
Okay, so basically, and the fact that Jesus Christ reaffirms his prophecy 2,000 years ago when only one nation kept it, because the point I'm trying to establish is he said it.
But that nation for us is the nation that received guidance from prophets. So yeah, and we believe Jesus was a prophet as well.
But the fact that he ascribes the title Lord of the Sabbath means that, number one, he ascribed that title when it was not popular for him to do that. Number two, that shows he's able to tell the future. And number three, that shows that he is God, because if he's Lord of the Sabbath, then that shows he is the Lord of creation.
Well, that's how you interpret it. But appreciate you
from a okay, no problem. I appreciate. Maybe next time, you guys could explain to me a proof that you have that has universal effects, like what I just did with you guys, because I think that was quite conclusive enough.
It's Terry. I could say a bunch of stuff right now that would look like some amazing prophecy, and you wouldn't have the tools to deal with it. It's just, I think this whole conversation, to be honest, is meaningless. I think even if what you're saying is true, it doesn't really establish the deity of Christ. We believe there are prophecies that are true, that did occur in the scriptures. That's not the point. I mean, we're Muslims. We acknowledge previous scriptures. We don't acknowledge the ones you have.
That's not the point. That's not the point I was making.
You're saying he's the Lord.
No. I'm not even talking about Jesus. I'm talking about this revelation, because you said one of the proof is revelation, and my point was I have something in my revelation that you cannot do on your end.
Universal impact. Do that?
No, you can't. No, I know about this.
So you're saying we don't have any prophecies in our revelation.
Universal impact. Universal. Yeah. Your prophecy doesn't have an impact on my life, but mine have an impact on yours.
Have a good life, Terry. Have a good life.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay, we'll go to has no name shown his face? No name. Just need to show your face before I put you on, just to make sure. But while I think Mansoor Madni's shown his face. So whoever shows his face in the line, we have to go to him first. I think Sam UK is also showing his face. We might go to him as well. But yeah, so we'll add Sam on because he's a bit further up the line. But just before we introduce Sam, just wanted to say that I still don't quite understand his argument, Terry's argument. Anyway,
I didn't bother trying to understand it, to be fully honest. But
I think when he excommunicated the vast majority of Christians, I think that's when you sort of think, I'm not sure, man. When somebody stands on his own in absence of the whole of his tradition, it seems something a bit funny going on. But anyway, Sam, appreciate you coming on. Open Q&A. If you've got any questions or points that you wanted to raise, we've got Abdulrahman here to be able to answer them.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. Question was, why don't Muslims believe in the previous scriptures, like the Gospels and the Torah and the books of Moses?
Why don't we believe in them?
Yeah, I know the argument you give is that you believe that they were given books but the
Yeah.
books they have now is not the same.
Yeah, it's not
But-
identical because it's been corrupted. That's what Muslim narrative is. It's been corrupted, changed over time. The
but
actual
that-
gospel writings, the New Testament, is actually an amalgamation of various unknown eyewitnesses and also letters of Paul and also books like the Book of Hebrews, where the author is not known, and they ascribe that as having sort of revelatory authority.
Yeah, but I think the way you're measuring whether they're true or not is whether they've got like a chain of narration going back all the way down to Jesus. I think that's what you guys are looking for, something that
Well, we're looking for the fact that there's some sort of method that we can say that these things are preserved as they first were revealed.
Yeah, but then why is there many verses in the Quran here where it says as Muslims we need to believe in the previous scriptures and the verses that tell the Jews to judge by their books. If the Quran is saying that, does that not confirm that whatever scriptures the Jews and the Christians have is scriptures that we need to believe in? When I say believe in scripture, there, I don't mean you got to follow the scriptures of Jews and Christians
we have to believe. We have to believe that there is a Torah that was revealed, and that there was.
No, sorry. That's what I'm saying. The Quran says, if we read it, that the scriptures that the Jews and Christians have, then they're not corrupt. That's what, when you read the verses, that's what.
No, none of the verses say that. None of the verses say whatever the Jews and Christians have today is not corrupt. In fact, the complete opposite is mentioned. About
Okay, I'll say a verse.
And those verses that refer to where it talks about the people of the scripture, refer to your scripture, etc., etc. If you look at the tafsir, the explanation within the Quran, they're talking about very specific incidences. So it's referring to a specific issue. And so what the Quran is affirming is that what is the Quran saying at this moment is confirmed by what they have of the original revelation.
Sorry, I disagree. I mean, let's look at Surah Al-Baqarah, verse 44. It says, "Do you enjoin right conduct on the people and forget to practice yourselves, and yet you study the scripture? Will you not understand?" So it's referring to, in the present tense, it's telling the, I believe to the Jews, you're telling other people to be right, do right conduct, but you're not doing it yourself, and you're studying the scripture yourself.
So have you not?
I mean, you're missing the point that the present tense here is basically the past tense for you. That's first of all. So you don't know what book the Arab Jews and Christians of 7th century Arabia had. There's no evidence you have for that. And second of all, when it says, the second point, wait. When it says you're reading the book, it doesn't have to mean that the entirety of the book was preserved. We do acknowledge that chunks and chunks of the Old and New Testament as we have them today are probably sourced in Revelation, and there are many things that the Jews and the Christians read that are rightfully revelation and do have within them true messages. So when it says it reads the book, it doesn't mean that the book has been preserved. That's just a jump, and you need to know a lot about the hermeneutical aspects of the Quran and just texts in general. They don't work like that in order to assess this in a better way.
Oh, so the Quran has made it easy to understand. I mean, to me, when I read it, why is it when God said the Quran made it easy to understand? So
yeah, it's easy. I think you're wrong, and I think it's easy, and my interpretation is right. To see the fact that you're misinterpreting it doesn't mean it's not easy. It just means you're wrong.
No, the first point you made what was the first point you made? That the
Sam, can I ask you a question? Do you know the New Testament?
Yeah.
Do you know what the New Testament is?
Yeah, there's 4 Gospels, and there's books after that were written by, I believe, the followers, the early Christians.
So Paul's writings, Paul's letters.
Yeah, I don't believe in Paul's. I mean, I believe in the Gospels.
So here we go, Sam. So the point being now is you've got the New Testament, which the Christians today believe is revelation. Paul's writings is part of this New Testament, but you're now saying that I don't believe the New Testament or the Paul's writings is actually the original. It's been corrupted.
No, I'm saying Paul wasn't some prophet, or he didn't get any revelation. That's what I'm saying.
But that's what Christians believe.
Yeah, but
Sam, you sound like you're from up north, and you sound like you're sort of Asian, Pakistani. So I assume you're Muslim, Sam. But Sam, the point being that I'm trying to explain is even you're basically saying today what the Christians believe of their New Testament is not the New Testament, is not the Injil.
No, I'm talking about the Gospels. See, you got the Gospels, yeah.
No, it's not talking about when we talk about New Testament. Yeah, when you talk about previous scripture, yeah, you're talking about what they consider the previous scripture.
Yeah, I understand what they consider, but I'm talking what I consider.
So what God considers, and that's what we're saying, Sam, is that what God considers previous scripture is what was originally revealed to the prophets.
Yeah, so the prophet at the time of the Christians, there was well, not the time of Christians, but
so if the Christians read and they said, "Oh, look, this means that I can refer to Paul's writings," would they be right or wrong if they read in the Quran that says, "Judge between them by what Allah has revealed," and you know, in certain verses says, "And judge by the Injil"? Would they would have read that and understood that to also include? Certainly Christians today would look at that and think that also includes Paul's writings.
Yeah, well, that's wrong.
That's right. So not all of what the Quran is talking about is very specific. It's not talking about just what the Jews and the Christians claim today.
Yeah, but what the Jews have, the Old Testament, it's not like the way you got the New Testament, where you got the Gospels and some other books written after Jesus. But the Old Testament, you can believe in all the Old Testament.
There are things. Who wrote the Old Testament?
I don't know.
Who is it revealed to?
Well, there were 5 books revealed to Moses, and there were some books of like Joshua revealed after Moses, and there were other prophets like Jeremiah and Isaiah. So I don't know who wrote them, but it mentions all these, stories.
It mentions the prophets, but who? I'm saying which books were revealed to. If you're going to say the book of, like for example, the book of Daniel, which is part of the Old Testament, was that revealed to Prophet Daniel?
Well, it's a story about Prophet Daniel, so I don't think it was revealed.
Who was it revealed to?
I don't know.
See, so you have to be careful because there's going to be situations where there are going to be things within the Old Testament which are not going to be verifiable. That it's actually verifiable.
That's what my point is.
Like, for example, the New Testament. You just said the New Testament, which includes the writings of Paul, according to the Christians. You would not accept it. You don't believe that's what the Quran is referring to. So when the Quran is referring to the Old Testament, you're saying, no, it refers to all of the Old Testament. But then you got to say, okay, what aspects of the Old Testament is it referring to? Is it referring to all the books, including the ones where we don't know who it was revealed to?
Yeah. I mean, I read all of it, and I try and understand it best as I can. Yeah, there are some certain things in the Old Testament which aren't great, but them sort of things I'll kind of leave it to the side. But those things that I do sort of like make sense.
There's certain things that contradict sort of your Islamic ethics that therefore you think doesn't exist. It wasn't really originally revelation. It was something maybe corrupted later on.
So say that again.
So there's some things that basically what you're saying is that there are some things in the Old Testament that you don't agree with because it disagrees with your Islamic ethics, and therefore you put it to the side because you have doubt over whether this is revelation or not.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So your position is not a million miles away from what we were saying originally. Then, no,
but I'm saying most Muslims they don't even read the Bible. Yeah. And they just completely reject it. They say, right, that's just not.
It's not a complete rejection. See, look,
the
way classical
how many Muslims read the Bible?
The way classical scholars have explained the issue of the previous scriptures, they said, of what we have today, they said that those verses within the previous scripture which conforms to what the Quran revealed. If it conforms, we accept it. Yeah. If it contradicts, then obviously we reject it. And if it says something which the Quran is silent upon, then we neither say it's false nor do we say it is true. We're agnostic about it. That's the general position. Now, for us, we believe that the Quran is the final revelation and the complete revelation, and that we don't need to refer to, as Muslims, refer to anything outside of the complete revelation now. It's abrogated all of the previous books and scriptures.
Well, where does it say where in the Quran does it say the previous books have been abrogated? Now the Quran been revealed.
Well, it does mention that the Islam is a complete deen. Enter into
No,
Islam.
yeah, but where does it say the previous scriptures have been abrogated?
I'd have to check the particular.
If you're talking about the fact that we are not in need of other scriptures, which might be sufficient, that's available in the hadith. Do you accept hadith?
No, I don't. It depends what hadith is anyway.
I see. That's the thing. So if you see, for me, no disrespect, but the Quran only position, I don't know. I'd rather talk to an atheist, to be honest. Like, because I don't know.
Why is that? You see, whenever it comes to talking to the someone who follows mostly the Quran, yeah, you guys you run away. You don't want to talk because
we run away because we're scared. Yeah,
we've had two streams. Anyway, Sam, we've had two streams talking to about eight hadith.
And some hadith rejected.
How can you say we ran away? We opened up the stream.
Yeah, well, here now it's like you don't know my point of view. Yeah, I know some hadith rejected. Yeah, they're really kind of like extreme. Yeah, they don't believe in the salat and they don't believe in Hajj or something. I don't know. I think that's too extreme. But I'm in a kind of like I would say more of a Quran centric believer, where the Quran is the main source. And if there's any hadith that support the Quran, yeah, I'll accept it. Any hadith I don't agree with or don't make sense, I'll reject it, or I'll wait until I maybe understand later on. But I'm not gonna blindly follow an hadith just because 99% of Muslims do it. And
yeah, Sam, I think what I would advise you to do is study these things in more depth and study these things. Okay, can I ask you a question? What's the difference between a munqati hadith and a mursal hadith?
I don't know.
You haven't studied it in depth.
But I know I look at each hadith, based on what it says. I don't have to look at what kind of generation there is, and is it Hassan or Sayyid or whatever. Yeah, I look at what the hadith says.
Yeah, but you just said you studied it in depth, and I'm saying you haven't studied it in depth. And I asked you a basic question.
I understand all the thing about all these chain and narration stuff.
Okay, yeah. So do you understand the difference between Aziz and Gharib?
Well, I don't need to. I just said before. I look at what the content of the hadith is. So
you look at the matan.
Yeah, whatever it says, I look at the content.
So you disregard. So do you disregard the matan or not?
Well, I don't know what matan is.
Okay, so what I'm saying, my personal opinion is, you can take it or leave it. It's up to you. Yeah, but just before you reject something, study it properly.
Well, no,
and when I say study it properly, I don't mean read a few articles in English and read a few hadith in English and then say, oh, does it make sense with the verses of Quran that I read in English?
Yeah, but why not? That's how I studied the Quran. I didn't rely on a lot of scholars to tell me what it means.
Yeah, but you should do.
Why should I?
Because there are verses which are complex. Let me give you an example. Yeah, let me give you an example. There's a verse in Surah Ali Imran, I think it's verse 104, where it says, "Waltakum minkum ummatun yad'una ila al-khair." Yeah, so it says, "Let there arise from amongst you a ummah that calls to all that's good." Yeah. How do you understand the word min that's operating in that verse?
Look at where the translations are and see what.
Well, what's the translation? So the word min translates. If you look at it, the translation will be from.
Right.
Right. So how do you understand how the word min is operating in that then? From is operating in that verse.
Yeah, well, I said I look at the translation, yeah, and try and get the whole meaning of the verse.
Right. How do you trust the translation?
I mean, based on what he well, I trust it because I assume that whoever's reading
authority,
it,
testimony, stuff like that. Like the sort of things that the
it's,
transmission of
it's
is
like
based on.
it's you got a number of translations. You can compare them. And
What?
You have a
So
number
you
of
can refer to
translations.
translations, but you can't refer to hadiths, right? So you can trust the translations based on the authority of testimony, but you can't accept the hadith that tells you what the verse means based on
So
the
you saying
testimonial.
for every verse in the Quran, yeah, there's a meaning in the hadith.
What?
No,
every
no,
verse.
he didn't say that.
So
He's talking about trust. Sam, the reason why I asked that specific question about that specific verse is because in the Arabic language, the word min, has two different connotations. One is min al taba'ith and one is min al bayan. Min al taba'ith means partial min. So if you look at the verse, it could mean let there arise part of you, an ummah, and here ummah wouldn't mean nation now. It would be linguistically referring to a group. So that we let there arise from amongst you, all of you, a part of you as a group that calls to al khair. Yeah. And another understanding of the word min, which is min al bayan, would mean that it's min of everyone. So let there arise from you a whole nation that calls to al khair. Yeah. Now
Right.
that has an important implication because that's to do with what is farad. Yeah, because the verse is talking about obligations here. So is it referring to every single individual that it's fardul ayn, obligation on every individual to do this act, or is it a fardul kifaya such that if a group does it, it's sufficient for the whole of the ummah? Now you're not going to get that from a translation, are you?
Why not? Whoever's translating it, they're gonna decide, okay, what does this mean in this context?
Because translation is very.
No, but
Abdulrahman's a translator. Abdulrahman actually translates Arabic into English. Yeah, so he will explain to you even better. But when it comes to the Quran, translation is there's a particular aim, of translation. Like for example, tafsir. There's a particular aim of tafsir. Yeah, exegesis. And there's different types of aims within tafsir, exegesis as well. Yeah. So within the translation, all translators do is give a very basic outward meaning, of the verse without going into any details or the subtleties or the implications of what the verses actually mean. You can't get that from a translation. You'd have to get a tafsir book, that goes into explaining why it's
why do I need to go into that much detail?
Because just this verse indicates either it's obligation on individual, obligation of sufficiency, and you need to know, because you're going to be, if you believe it's obligation of individual, then you have to do everything that's mentioned in that verse. If you believe it's an obligation of sufficiency, it means only a part of you or a group of you can do it, and the rest of the people are free from sin. And that's just one example. There's numerous examples that if you don't know the subtleties of the Arabic language and the depth of the Arabic language, you're not allowed to get involved in just the translation. Like, for example, there's a famous one. I think it's Surah Al-Ma'idah, verse 6, where it talks about the wudu, the rules of wudu. So have you read the verse in chapter 5 verse 6, Sam?
Sorry, which is that?
Chapter 5 verse 6. It goes through, you wash your face, wash your arms, wipe your head, and
wipe
your feet.
Oh, wash your feet. So I've read about that. Either you can either wipe your feet or wash your feet.
But what does the verse say?
Well, the translation I read, let me see what I can get it. A second. So was it chapter 5 verse?
I think it's verse 6.
Verse 6 says, to read it all out or just the last part?
You can just read the last part if you want, whether it's to do with washing or wiping.
Rub your heads with water and wash your feet to the ankles.
Right. Why is it wash? Why is the translator put as wash?
I don't know. His opinion was it was wash. His opinion was that it was wash.
Why? He's not going to put
because he knew Arabic, and I don't know, for whatever reason, yeah, he decided to put wash. His personal preference, and so other translations will put wipe.
But why do they put wipe?
So just one question, just quick comment in the middle right there. So you're basing so when someone gives you a hadith, you accept it if it is in accordance with the meaning of the Quran. But the meaning of the Quran you get from the opinion of some translator. But why don't you just get it from the tafsir of the Salaf, the companions of the Prophet, and the Prophet himself? It's like, why this circle you're going through? So you trust you trust the testimony of a translator because that's his opinion. Now, why not trust the transmission of a hadith that just directly tells you what it means, without saying, "Oh, no, I accept the hadith."
If you're going by what the companions did, yeah, they kind of like understood it themselves. So it's up to them to decide, yeah, does it mean wash or wipe? So they'll go through the same process that the translator did.
How would they have worked it out whether it was wash or wipe, the companions?
I don't know. They probably just they may have asked the Prophet, yeah, clarified, is it, or just followed what he did.
Okay, so let me explain, Sam. What it is to do with grammatical indicator. You know the fata, dhamma, kasra. Yeah, the.
No, I don't know. I'm not Arabic.
You know the accent marks.
Right.
The pesh. You say in Urdu. You say the pesh. I can't remember what it is in Urdu. Yeah, but basically the diacritical marks when you say a, e, u.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So it's to do with grammatical indicators. So the way Arabic works is, in order to understand how the verb and the nouns operate with one another, is to do with the grammatical indicators, which is to do with the endings of words. Yeah. So when you see a word, it has a particular way of saying it. Is it with a dhamma, with a kasra, with a fatha? Yeah. Is it an a, u, or e sound? Yeah.
Look, it doesn't matter, because in the end, the Prophet, he did the wuzu, yeah, and the companions followed it.
Agreed. Agreed.
And even so, this thing about grammatical is really not relevant.
It is relevant. Oh my God!
No, but I'm saying, if you're doing the wudu, yeah, you can just ask, you can just see how they're doing the wudu.
No, it's really relevant. It's really, our whole Arabic grammar issue is really relevant.
No, but I'm saying when the verses came down to the Prophet, and the companions
because the verse could not have contradicted what the Prophet ﷺ was doing, because the Prophet ﷺ was following the Quran.
Right, but
it's impossible for that to occur. So the grammatical indicators do this. They tell me how the noun is operating within the text generally. Yeah. So if I want to know whether it's connected to the washing or the wiping, I have to look at the grammatical indicator upon the noun. Now, in that particular text, the grammatical indicator of the word feet, the noun of the word feet, is connected to the verb to wash, not to the previous point, which was to wipe. Yeah, it's just language. This is how rules of language. We have our rules of language. Like, for example, in English, in order to understand who the subject is, who the object is, and who the verb is, you have subject, verb, object. Yeah, we have to have it in a very strict order. So if I was saying
okay,
in
so
English,
why do some translate for wipe?
Why what?
Instead of wash, they put it's wipe. The translated wipe.
I don't know which translations you're looking at in terms of that. The only way that I could explain why they would say that is if they're using the Warsh Qira'at, because Warsh Qira'at uses the word, use the grammatical indicator to wipe. Not to
so
wash.
I'm saying it comes down to the person translating, really. But even in this case, yeah, does it matter if you wash it or wipe it?
Yeah, it does, because wiping is not washing, and if you don't. If you're not following it correctly, then you're going to make a mistake.
So you're saying God, yeah, is going to get really strict and says, if you just wipe your feet, yeah, because that's what you understood, yeah, your wudu don't count.
Yeah, because you're not following it correctly.
I disagree with that. It's, I don't think God is going to be like that. Yeah, says okay,
No, we can't say whether we think God will forgive us or not. We can just follow it generally, wishy-washy way, because quite frankly, that's what a lot of other people in their religions do. They pick up the book, they read it, and they go, I think it means this. Like we had that guy before, Terry, and he's basically saying all Christians are wrong. I'm the only one that's correct because I'm the one that's correct. Orthodox, Catholics, Protestants are all wrong because when I read it, I believe we should uphold the Sabbath. I'm not saying whether he's right or wrong. I'm just saying he's just very. And if I go to another Christian, I'm going to give him his own interpretation from his own mind. Yeah. So
yeah, that's fine, because
so
God guides
no, it
whoever He
is a
wills.
problem because
No,
when
no,
we read the text, Sam, when we read a text, we're reading based on the intent of the author. Yeah, that's what we're reading. We're reading because we want to know what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala means by these verses. The reason why I give the verse about Surah Ma'idah verse 6 is because just by understanding a very basic understanding of the wording, yeah, in the translation in English, won't actually explain to me what the actual meaning is, because I need to understand that, as a scholar would have to know, if I'm extracting rules, I need to understand the grammatical indicators. And what makes it even more important to understand the Quran is the fact that the Quran comes down in different qira'at, yeah, different recitals. And so we have in the Hafs version, it's connected to washing, feet needs to be washed, and in the Warsh version, it's connected to wiping as well. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that look, Islam's not Islam's not just there open for anyone who has no knowledge just to open up and get the whatever meaning and then make up their own religion.
no,
Islam is
I didn't say
about.
that. I didn't say that. No, I said
I'm not saying you
you.
said that. I'm just
No,
being hyperbolic.
I'm saying, yeah, the God made the Quran. Do you agree that God made the Quran easy to read and understand?
So the Quran is easy when it comes to understanding the basic theology, but when it comes to understanding the rulings, then you
No,
need
but
to
so
know
no, yeah, but
the Arabic
that's not what the
language.
Quran says. Yeah, but
If
that's not what
I
the Quran
know
says.
the Arabic language, if I know the Arabic language in depth, then the Quran is easy. But if I don't know the Arabic language in depth, then I'm not going to be able to read the Quran.
Yeah,
I'm
but
going to
then
be reading human
the
interpretation.
translator would know the Arabic language in depth, would he not?
But translation, like I explained before, Sam,
Yeah. So in this
translations are
case,
not for the purposes of deriving law. That's not why they write translations. If they do, they'd be writing volumes on the Quran, not just a very basic. Like for example, when I talked about Surah Ali Imran verse 104 and how the min uses, they would have to go into the depth of how the min
no,
in that particular verse
yeah, I
is
think this
min
is what I think
is not min
you
al-bayan.
you guys overcomplicating it. You're trying to make it that only scholars know this. Yeah, so you're like whatever scholars say, yeah, that's what you got to believe. That's not what the Quran says. Does the Quran say the Quran is easy to read and understand?
The Quran
Or,
also says
or
it's an Arabic Quran.
yeah, yeah. So
Quran
you go to
Arabic.
someone Arabic, yeah, and you say, okay, this what does this mean? Man, you
Well,
don't need volumes of volume
but you
of
know what you're supposed
explanation to
to,
say what does this mean.
bro.
But you
If
said,
if
yeah,
I
you said,
use
now 1 minute, you said some parts of the Quran easy to understand, yeah, basic theology. Other parts, yeah, they're more complex.
yeah, they
But
require an
the Quran,
understanding of Arabic.
the Quran doesn't say no. Yeah, you
The
need
Quran,
obviously
look,
you need it.
Sam, does the Quran say it's an Arabic book? Arabic
Yeah, it
Quran.
does. It does.
Right. So the basic proposition or the basic premise is you need to know Arabic.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. That's
But
you need.
I'm
And do you need
saying
to know
is
any Arabic? Do you need to know modern standard Arabic, or do you need
yeah,
to know Fusha Arabic? Which Arabic do you need to know?
I don't know. But I'm saying whatever Arabic the Quran written in, yeah, whoever translates the Quran will know Arabic, won't they?
So you need to know Fusha Arabic. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying it doesn't matter. And whoever translates the Quran, you'd expect them to have knowledge of Arabic, and then they'll translate it.
If you trust them, one. Secondly, is they don't intend to recite when they write a translation of the Quran, they don't intend to put all of the meanings of the Quran,
And
yeah,
do you
in
need
their
all the
translation. It's not
what do you
all of
mean
the
by
meaning,
what do you mean all of the meanings?
because the Quran has multiple layers of meaning. They're not
Well,
going to
that's
give
why
you all the meanings,
will the Quran have multiple layers of meaning? The meanings that God wants
because
to
the
intend to.
word. I'll give you an example. Let me give you another basic example. Yeah, the word, Surah Ikhlas, 112th chapter of the Quran. Qul huwa Allahu ahad.
No.
Okay, so it says Qul huwa Allahu ahad, yeah, and then it uses another word, Allahu samad, yeah, which just very simple translation. I don't know if you want to check it. 112. What does Allahu samad, the second verse in that? you want to just have a look at it now?
Second verse, it says, Allah the Eternal Absolute.
Right. That's not the full meaning of the word as-samad. You know that?
No.
Well, it isn't. I'm telling you, it isn't. Because as-samad means complete, means whole, means that which is self-sufficient, that which is independent, that which things that depend upon for their existence depends upon this thing, which is independent. So when a translator is translating the verses, he's not going to give you the full meaning of the verse. All he's going to give you is a very basic outward meaning. That's how translations work of the Quran. That's why.
But what you just said, it
Yeah.
kind of complies with the translation.
No, because you don't. Look, the first thing you don't get is you don't get this idea that as-samad refers to those things which are dependent upon this thing. That's not what it says in that translation.
It doesn't say that, but I'm saying it says Allah the Eternal, the Absolute. So
that's it. That's what it says. Eternal and absolute. It doesn't say that those things which are limited and dependent depend upon this thing. Depends upon Allah. It doesn't say that in that verse that you just read out.
I know it doesn't say in your exact words, but the meaning of it,
Absolute and complete.
It comes out.
You just said absolute and complete.
No, it says Allah the Eternal Absolute.
Okay, eternal absolute. How does that in any way allow me to understand that everything is dependent upon Allah in those two words that you just said? Eternal and absolute.
Well, in this translation, it doesn't. But I'm guessing.
Okay, in that translation, that's my point.
Yeah,
that's my point. My point.
Yeah, but
Sam, the very fact at the beginning you said you look at a range of translation. You're implying in that each translation in itself will not be complete. So you have to look at more than one. Yeah, and all I'm saying is that actually all translations of the Quran, even I'm saying the translators saying it themselves.
Yeah, I understand. That's
go to the translator and ask. You can speak to living translators today. Professor Abdul Halim is one. Ask them how you what is the aim of translating the Quran? What are you trying to do? What are other translators trying to do? Yeah. And then they will explain that all they give is a very basic idea of what the Quran is communicating, but the depth of it cannot be understood through translation.
Yeah, I understand what he's saying, but still, the meaning I get from the translation, I think is sufficient. I don't think I need to go into exact, all the grammatical stuff. Yeah, like I said, I will read translations and.
Sam, that's the problem. We're not willing to put the effort and the work in, and I think that's what you need to do.
No, but I say if you read any translation, you get the the meaning that God is intending to give.
You're not going to get the full meaning, are you, Sam? You've admitted that. I've explained it numerous ways.
Yeah, but I'm saying in all cases you don't need the full meaning. You need the basic knowledge, and that can be sufficient.
Okay.
And anything else, it's up to God to guide you and explain.
He has guided you, Sam. He's guided you by giving you a Quran, and he's asked you to put effort into learning the Quran.
Yeah,
and you're not putting the effort in, Sam. You're not even reading it from its original language. The original revelation was in Arabic.
But
yeah,
I don't need to.
The Quran itself says that it's an Arabic Quran, and you're not willing to listen.
And does it say And does it say I need to learn Arabic to understand it?
The very fact that it says an Arabic Quran implies clearly you need to know Arabic in order to understand it.
No, that's your interpretation. That's your
and you have your interpretation. I get it. Okay then, Sam. I think we've exhausted this one. But appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
No problem. Thanks. Bye. That was Sam. Hopefully Abdulrahman's still here. Let me just see who else. So, Abdulrahman, are you admin as well?
No.
All right. Okay then. I can only see one other person who's put his picture up, but for some reason I can't scroll down to him. Oh, hold on. Maybe I can. No, that's not helped. I think I'm gonna have to kick somebody from the studio, and that might help. I think I accidentally kicked myself from the studio. So hold on, man. Right. I'm gonna try my hardest to try and bring somebody up. This is why I say to the brothers, don't ever leave me alone on the streams. But yeah, why can't I add this person on? Okay, let me ask really quickly, Mansoor Madani, can you just put your camera on just before we add you onto the stream? Okay, cool. We're gonna add Mansoor Madani.
Assalamu
Okay.
alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. How are you, Mansoor? Bye.
I'm good. How are you guys?
Alhamdulillah, good man, good.
I've
What
been
questions
watching.
do you? What
Sorry,
questions? Sorry, go on.
Sorry, I've been watching you guys for a while now. Learned a lot of stuff from you guys. So Jazakallah khair.
Wa yakum, man. Jazakallah khair for watching us.
Hopefully, you guys can invite Cosmic Skeptic. I also like to watch his videos. Just like as like listening to atheists stuff. I like to listen to Cosmic Skeptic and Graham Oppie. I think they're very well known in the atheist scene right now. So it'd be interesting for you guys to have a discussion with those guys sometime in the future.
Yeah, inshallah. I think the idea would be, I think we are thinking of getting, maybe not Cosmic Skeptic, we haven't spoke about that, but I think Graham Oppie to come on. I know Abdulrahman wants to debate him. Isn't that right, Abdulrahman? Only joking. Don't want to debate him. He wants to just have a discussion with him.
So
yeah.
what's it called? I know you guys covered this before, but I just wanted to see if you could briefly re-explain if some of the atheists say as a argument against the contingency argument that like hypothetically speaking, if the universe is eternal, would that somehow affect the contingency argument? Or if the universe did not have a beginning, like I just as an example, would that affect the contingency argument? And how would we as like theists or Muslims reply to that statement or from the atheist side? That if they say, okay, if the universe is eternal, then what's your evidence for a creator, for example? So how would we respond to that?
So there's different ways of responding to that, but even from just purely from a contingency argument point of view, it doesn't really affect the argument, because the argument is not resting upon whether something actually begins to exist, but rather whether something is a possible existence or not. Yeah. Now, if it's a possible existence, what it's basically saying is that is this thing, could it have been another way? Does it require an explanation as to why it's the way it is? So irrespective of whether I've seen it begin or not begin, if I see something which could have been another way, then I'm going to ask the question, what is it dependent upon? Yeah, for its explanation or for why it is the way it is. Yeah. So it doesn't affect it in that sense.
Okay.
I don't know if Abdulrahman wants to answer that one as well. Yeah. That's one way, by the way. Mansoor is one way. There are other ways, but that's just one way. Abdulrahman?
Yeah, so an eternal series of past events doesn't necessarily, refute anything to do with the cosmological argument, but maybe it would, some formulations of it would have a problem. But either way, I mean, there's really no reason to accept, specifically in terms of like a causal series. There's, I think, a lot of reason to hold to the position that it's called causal finitism, where for any causal chain there is a finite number of members, or that any particular event or object cannot be directly or indirectly impacted by an infinite number of past objects or events. So there's a lot to say. I mean, you don't have to just accept that there's an infinite series. But of course, there could be the question about the infinite series and whether there's an explanation to it. Because when you talk about contingency, of course, when you say you can think of it in another way, when we're talking about conceivability, as in you can conceive of it differently, there has to be some restriction there. So it's not just, some unrestricted usage of conceivability. But when you talk specifically about contingency, right? In the Arabic terminology, imkan, Ibn Taymiyyah talks about this, and so he mentions that look, if you have an infinite series, in terms of its temporality, right? What applies to the part doesn't have to apply to the whole, right? Because the property of being, let's say, having a beginning, is something that is more relational, and that means that the whole series, it doesn't have to have the property of the part, or it just necessarily does not have it, because as you increase the temporal sequence ad infinitum, right, then you, by definition, have something that's infinite. But the same doesn't apply to the imkan part or the contingency part. Why? Because if something is possible and something else is possible, and then you add to it a series of possible things, these things are still possible in themselves, or they require another to explain them. However, you're going to explain the contingency, as in they didn't have to exist, so thus, based on some PSR, they have an explanation. Now, that doesn't change whenever you add, like if you keep adding contingent things, well, they're contingent things. I mean, they're not simply not going to do the explaining. It's still going to need it. And someone here is saying Hume's fallacy of composition too. I mean, Hume's argument would be that if everything in the series is already explained, why are you asking for an explanation of the whole series? Well, the answer is because we have a reason to ask for it. It's because if everything in the series requires an explanation outside of itself and is insufficient for its own existence, then that applies to simply every single one in the series. And the reason it's not a composition fallacy is because here, the fact that this thing is in its essence, using that word with a bit of like, I'm a bit careful, but everything in the series in its essence is contingent, as it requires an external explanation, or it did not have to exist. So here, there's a good case for why the property is transferred to the whole, just as it is in the parts. So there's a lot to say there.
Okay. Also, is it another argument could be that it didn't have to exist, and even like the laws of physics didn't have to be the way it is. So like the Earth didn't have to have the mass that it has, for example, and the Sun doesn't have to have the mass that it has. So could that also be an argument to defend the contingency argument?
That's basically the argument. That's what we're saying. We're saying that if everything is possible, but then of course when you're saying it didn't have to be the way it was, here I have some reservations against using just an unrestricted principle of conceivability, as in just because you can imagine it being different, then it had to be. No. So there are different accounts of this, and there are different ways of using it. But it doesn't have to be unrestricted. But the general idea is correct, because if it could have failed to exist, or if it could have been otherwise, then that particular thing is contingent, right? So that's true. But then now how you're going to provide some kind of account for what determines contingent versus non-contingent things, that's a different story. But what you said is correct as far as like us agreeing with it. Obviously, it would apply to the laws of nature and physical reality as a whole, and we could even say that on an empirical basis. Like it doesn't have to be a purely like rationalist approach to modality.
Okay, yeah, it's clear. Yeah, that was the only question I had, to be honest, for now. So
thanks a lot, brother.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. Clear.
Assalamu alaikum.
Take care, Marcel.
Cool. So we have, if we're going through order, we have Musa, but you need to put your camera on. Or we have, Musa has put his camera on. Wicked. So we'll add Musa on. Assalamu alaikum, Musa. Oh, hi.
Alaikum assalam. So I have a question. So from the which is actually related to the last speaker. From the contingency argument, we arrive at from the reasoning that there must be an independent entity. Okay, but then how if if we have to decide if this entity is limited or unlimited, okay, what would be your method of, how do you choose? How do you, what argumentation would you use?
What do you mean by limited, though? Sorry, brother. What do you mean by limited? In what sense limited?
That has limited physical properties. I don't know, specific properties. I mean, for example, this is
okay.
Okay.
Okay, so one of the ways you can say is that it doesn't have arbitrary limits, meaning that it doesn't have unexplained limits. So for example, God's power not attaching to logical impossibilities is a limit. It's just not an arbitrary limit, right? So, as in, there's a reason why God's power doesn't attach to logical impossibilities. So that's just an example.
Yes.
So the reason is, sorry, go ahead.
No, because this is actually the point that Graham Hoppe makes, that this independent being is a kind of natural state, the initial state of the universe, as I understand it.
What do you mean by natural? Because Graham Hoppe is quite clear about that, I think. He's one of the clearest. I mean, if we can say natural as in doesn't have any intelligence, no consciousness, whatever, then we could talk about philosophy of mind and consciousness and,
as I understand him, his position is that this independent or necessary being is the initial stage of the universe, as I understand it. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But if you have,
yeah, I mean, you can express it like that, right? But the point is that there is something necessary, and you want to label that necessary thing as natural. So maybe natural for him can mean just simply something. The word physical is ambiguous, but let's say I think he's quite clear in saying that for him consciousness is like causally downstream, so it wouldn't be consciousness and have intelligence and all of those other properties. Now, it wouldn't be arbitrarily limited because it would be necessary and it would contain, let's say, the power to actualize whatever possible worlds there are, right? And I think I believe he takes like an Aristotelian view of modality. So really, there's a question of like whether that's a very meaningful distinction. Maybe it is. The whole limitation thing. I'm not sure it's clear, to be honest. Honestly, I'm not sure it's clear because I've seen him argue in the past as well that he could argue for an unbounded, limitless, natural, sort of like physical or like non-physical, but like in a sense, sort of like the grounds of materiality. He can argue for that kind of reality as a necessary foundation. And the problem is materiality, like the ontology of it, right? What we really mean by something to be material isn't really clear. I mean, we've even seen physicists talk about this, right? So there's this mysterious notion of like what material really is. So I'm not sure that's a very meaningful distinction. It's really going to get down to talking about like the powers, like, right? So having the power over all things, what the scope of those things are, like the scope of possible worlds, as well as consciousness, intelligence. And over there, you have arguments, like second stage arguments. It doesn't have to stick to this, these just mere causal considerations. You can talk about teleological arguments, and you can talk about arguments from morality, revelation, a whole lot of things that would give you a basis to make inferences about the necessary foundation that led to these things or that caused these things. So there's just so much to say.
My understanding was that if you posit that the independent being has limited physical properties, then you have the problem of arbitrary limitations.
The question is what makes it arbitrary? Limited physical properties here, that's still not clear to me what it's always meant. But let's say we need some kind of like fundamental
mass, a specific density, a specific dimension, I don't know, a specific property.
Yeah.
Okay. So basically, specific size or specific power, amount of power. 99.
Yeah.
Power.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's going to be arbitrary in what sense? In the sense that it
is unexplained. I mean, it is unexplained, and therefore, because there is no explanation there. I mean, why this value, not
necessarily. Look, so what does it need to explain? So when we're talking about contingency and necessity, let's say there's some scope of possible worlds, right? Now, when you talk about something like theistically omnipotence, what does that mean, really, especially within an Islamic perspective? It's just Allah's power over all things. So it's just power over all possibilities, right? Now, you want to say if it has specific dimensions, that requires an explanation. Probably, of course, but then I just don't. The problem is when you start talking about dimensions, my mind goes straight to like the metaphysics of space and time, which is something that's very complex, and I don't know. I can't conceive of the ultimate edge of spatial reality in any meaningful sense. In the same way I can conceive of you as a spatial being, I can't conceive of this sort of spatial reality you're talking about.
My point maybe is more simple. It's simply that, look, I have my phone, for example, and it has a specific mass, okay? 0.29 kilograms, for example, okay? But if I have
okay, look, so if your point is that any kind of specification requires an explanation, I disagree now. I believe there are specifications that can be found in the necessary being, the creator. I'm not talking about anything physical. I'm saying there are specifications that wouldn't arbitrarily limit it.
In that case, they are explained by, in the case of God, I mean, they are explained by the nature of, by God's nature. But if you have a material entity, they are simply unexplained. I mean, they are simply
material. Sorry. Repeat that last part.
If you have, I don't know, a specific particle or a specific, I don't know, somewhat that, for example, has a mass of 35 kilograms. I mean, that would be simply unexplained. Why 35, not 34? Why not 36 or 40?
Okay, sorry, this kid is giving me a bit of trouble.
Yes.
So you're talking about the masses, right? Again, so
any kind of property. I mean, physical property. Not. I mean, I'm using the mass.
Okay, so let me try to understand you, right? Are you saying that? Let me try to steelman your argument. So just put it in the form of like some kind of like argument that if God has any kinds of specifications, right? Specifications, as in if he is not boundless in every single sense, including the sense I just mentioned about like his power over impossibilities and stuff like that, then there's some kind of limitation. And if there can be a limitation that's non-arbitrary there, then the physical reality can have a limitation too. Is that it can have a limitation that's not arbitrary, and it can be the necessary?
No. My point was simply that if you achieve the point that there must be an independent being, how can we decide if he has limitations or if he is an unbounded entity? Okay, how can we decide between the two options?
I don't. It's not. It's not
important.
The question is not. No. I'm not saying it's not important. I'm saying so. We say God is boundless, but that has a context, right? Because if you tell somebody that okay, God has no limitations, and then a person asks you, can he create a merry bachelor? You'd be like, no, that doesn't count. But that's not an arbitrary limitation, right? Now, the point is, how do you know what is an arbitrary or a not arbitrary limitation, right? So an arbitrary limitation is a limitation that has an explanation, as in it must be that way because of a particular explanation. You get what I'm saying? Like the logical impossibilities example. Now, so when you ask, when we're trying to determine whether the necessary being is limited or unlimited, that's too broad and general a question because of, for example, this consideration I just brought up about omnipotence. It's going to have to be applied to specific instances and specific questions. For me, it's just too general of a question. Because everybody's going to have to apply some limitation of some sort, whether they like it or not, and whether they know it or not. I know a lot of people think that they're free of that, but everybody's going to have to apply to some limitations of some sort. at least, for example, what I just mentioned about logical possibility and impossibility, right? If he's non-spatial, right, he can't be a spatial being. Well, is that a limitation? It's an arbitrary limitation. It's not an arbitrary limitation, of course, but it's some kind of logical limitation of. So I think just asking these questions very vaguely like this is just not very helpful. It's useful in certain like polemical circles where you try to score some point against your opponent by making them say something that people generally find off-putting. But it's not really meaningful unless you just get to you really need to, if you're talking metaphysics and stuff, you need to get to the nitty-gritty of it and really specify what you're talking about. And I think that it's really going to come down to physical reality as we know it, clearly having other possibilities, could have been otherwise, clearly being contingent, even according to like many atheist philosophers, and it requiring some kind of ultimate explanation. If the contingency argument works. And now that ultimate explanation, you have many paths towards arriving at the properties of this necessary being. Firstly, you get power, and clearly unlimited power based on your scope of possibility, as in you have to have power over all possible things, the ground of all possibilities. And then you talk about something like intentionality or free will. There are many things you can say about that in terms of it being the foundation of reality and it having the capacity to initiate action and being only like internally determined. You can link that to our experience directly, and then you can take it to what you were saying about limitations. Of course, using the principle of conceivability in a limited way as a guide to modality. And you can talk about teleology, moral aspects, our intuitions, revelation, purpose. Compare this, then you look at the theory overall, compare it to like a naturalistic theory. And I think the theistic theory is far superior in explaining all of this together, including our own consciousness and our own experience of reality and whatnot. So it's a far more expansive discussion than answering a simple question very superficially. I'll be back.
Musa, does that help? Basically, I think to summarize Abdulrahman's point, it's just basically saying that maybe if we just simply ask the question, does this necessary being, is it limited or limitless, is not a precise enough question. Rather, we need to look at maybe a specific discussion, a specific attribute in that. So maybe the issue of power. And then you're able to discern whether what we're talking about when something is limited in terms of power, then you can bring up arbitrary limits. And then you
for
can
example, with the power, if for example, if it is limited in that case, I don't know that he has a specific capacity. Is it more probable to say it is more? What is the better option here? To say that he is limited or unlimited in the case of power?
Yeah, you'd say unlimited. Yeah,
because of arbitrary limitations. This is the reason. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. Because arbitrary limitation.
I want only to understand your argumentation. This is my.
But is it unlimited in the sense that God can do logical impossibilities?
No, what I mean by unlimited is unbounded. There is nothing that constrain it to do something or constrain it to have a specific property, or I don't know, to have a specific I don't know, mass or whatever. This is what I mean.
Look, okay, so I would agree with everything you're saying, but that's not the point. The point is, right now, you need to separate those questions. So when you talk about limited ability, you're talking about power. So I don't know why you're bringing mass into it. I'll agree with the mass part too, but it's just, I think they're different questions, right? Now, the only thing I'm saying really is that you can't use this principle in an unrestricted manner because of simply a question I just asked you about logical impossibilities, Can God create worlds, evil world? Can God do evil?
Mm-hmm.
So I think
is that a limitation? It's not arbitrary, right? So
yeah. So I think Musa, Abdulrahman just simply explaining the point, which is just the precision in terms of when we talk about this. But yeah, generally we'd say that a necessary being can't be limited arbitrarily. Arbitrary limits is how we sort of identify and seek out a question of explanations. We're looking for an explanation when we see something's arbitrarily limited. And if we've got an option between a necessary being that's arbitrarily limited and a necessary being that's not arbitrarily limited, then we would take the latter of them because it gives you better explanatory power. It's more complete as an explanation than the first one.
Okay.
Yeah, but then I think Abdulrahman's also saying moving. So that's like a stage one argument. You've got a stage one contingency or cosmological argument, and you have a stage two. Stage one gets you to something that's necessary, eternal, independent. Yeah, a stage two argument is now saying some of the attributes like will and intentionality and consciousness, yeah, or self-awareness, maybe a better word. Yeah. So that's a stage two argument, because a lot of atheists today will accept a stage one argument. Even some of the stubborn internet atheists generally accept a stage one argument. They just apply it to energy or to the universe. They say, oh, these things are necessary, they're eternal. So basically saying the necessary existence. But a stage two argument is where they differ upon. And stage two argument is basically, as Abdulrahman mentioned, has many different aspects to it. There are many different arguments that can be used in order to justify why believing in a creator that is consciously aware in creating the universe is a better explanation than rather than just some sort of necessary physical thing or necessary unconscious thing.
Just a quick point, because this is important. It's not just a technicality, right? I know I tend to complicate stuff sometimes, but this is not just a technicality. It's very important because some people don't realize the entailments of this thing that's popularly said, that if you can conceive of it otherwise, then it is contingent. Using that in an unrestricted way, I don't think any of us does. But some people think sometimes that we do use it in a restricted way. Now, what that leads to is, I think, complete incoherence. It's like just a radical form of divine simplicity that's just complete meaninglessness. And I think, so what some people try to do because of this thing that, because of trying to provide an account, a metaphysical account for the necessity of God, is that they try to turn it into some kind of analytic truth, right? That God is existence and existence cannot exist, something like that, right? As in, he's just existence, period. It's just like boundless, pure existence, right? And that really doesn't make sense. I mean, I've no disrespect, of course, to anybody who holds to the position, but I've had several conversations and I've read on this quite a bit. But when I've tried to ask some people how they conceive of this, referent they call existence, it's just I don't get a really meaningful answer. It's just describing an existent that necessarily exists. But the idea is that, hey, if I just turn it into some kind of analytic truth, existence exists and cannot exist, then hey, I solved the problem. God's existence is some kind of analytic truth and logical necessity, and there you go. So just try to take an easy way out, although when you try to deconstruct it, it doesn't really make sense. And this I think this comes from the problem of trying to provide some kind of ontological account for the metaphysical necessity of God, which whatever path you try to take in doing this, you really have the same question. So why does the necessary being's existence entail this reality? Is that some kind of limitation, right? Or you see, so there's really no escaping it unless you get to some kind of radical form of simplicity where there's just complete meaninglessness. You're just not even referring to anything, right? Which is what some extreme positions do. So there's no reason why we need to hold to this unrestricted view of conceivability. in order to use conceivability as a guide for modality. And there's no reason, really, I think you need to actually provide an ontological account for the metaphysical necessity of God in order to hold that God is metaphysically necessary, because that can be inferred from other stuff. I'm not saying you can't provide an account. I'm just saying it's not necessary. So I think it's an important point, because some people don't really see where it could lead you. And a lot of the guys who watched us in the past, some of the guys who hold to like divine simplicity and stuff, they completely, misunderstood what we meant by conceivability. I mean, the whole just went right over their head. And, I don't think
when I talk about limitations, maybe what I want, what I think of is kind of imposed properties, kind of imposed. Okay, that.
Nobody believes that. We don't believe. We don't believe God is anything is imposed on God, or God is restricted by anything, or nobody. Muslims just as a whole, they just reject that. Nobody believes that anything is imposed on God.
Yes, I understand, but if you have, for example, a materialistic position, in that case, you will have some kind of imposed properties that are.
What do you mean by materialistic position? Because we're not materialists about God. I mean,
no.
I'm saying.
He's asking from their point of view. He's not saying from himself.
I'm saying an atheist, a materialist who doesn't believe in God, but he accepts the first stage of the contingency. He can achieve this independent being, and he can. But in that case, he would have to, specify it with some kind of property which is unexplained, some kind of, I don't know, a mass, a dimension, a volume, and they are arbitrary because they are unexplained. And this is what I'm trying to say. That
they don't have to do that. Like a quantum foam doesn't have to have any like mass or kind of like spatial reality or something. And there's a lot of interpretations of quantum mechanics these days that talk about a non-spatial material reality. So they really don't have to. Now, what I'm saying is that what you put there, so you have this like placeholder for the materialist as this material necessary being for whatever is going to fill that position. I mean, just unknown, right? Now, what I'm saying is basically is that, okay, so since the concepts are vague, what we're basically agreeing upon is that there is this necessary entity, right? Now, the stage 2 arguments follow either way, regardless of what you want to call it, whether you want to call it material or not, because I don't think these terms are clear. I don't think they, like, for example, Alpi, he's not going to necessarily specify some kind of mass or spatial dimension or something. You don't have to do that as a materialist, which is a bit Mysterian. I get that. But my point is that regardless of these words we're using, the stage 2 arguments are just going to follow, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Is that helpful, Musa?
Yes, I understand. I understand your point. Okay, thank you, and maybe we will see again. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Thank you, Musa. Alaikum salam.
Okay, we will go on to our next one. Tani. I don't know if Tani can just show their face. Yeah, cool. You can, if you want to stay on, you can stay on. Your video. If you want to video stay on, that's fine. Okay, Tani. So, how are you? Muslim, non-Muslim?
Probably call me Muslim. With some doubts.
Assalamu alaikum then.
Wa alaikum salam. So, I think I've got a quite hopefully simplistic question that you guys can pull apart for me. So, if I paint a scenario and then you can tell me where I'm going wrong, that'd be appreciated. So, imagine a person of sincere faith, and they have a family member or loved one who's, let's say, very ill, and the doctors are saying that they might not be able to be saved. So they pray, and I guess this is where my question comes from in terms of qadr and answer of prayers. If that person is destined to die, now we're saying that obviously the prayer did not get answered, but if they were saved, then did the prayer get answered? How does that work in terms of predestination? Is that clear? Sorry if it's not clear.
So your question is basically, Abdulrahman, I thought I was going to jump in then. So your question is basically, if somebody makes prayer for
Yeah.
something to happen and it doesn't happen, what does that say about predestination?
Yeah. Well, specifically, I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, that your time of death is already written,
Predetermined, yeah, from an Islamic point of view.
predetermined. Yeah. So in this case, is if the prayer, someone's sincerely asking for something, then it's irrelevant because the person is going to die anyway. But if they are to be saved, then and were they saved by the prayer then? So is it predetermined that they would be saved by the prayer?
Yeah. So Tani, really quickly, so this is not necessarily the.
Sharif, just really quickly too, could you just in the middle somewhere when you get the chance, check your WhatsApp messages?
Oh right. Okay. Cool. So yeah. So Yani, what I was gonna say. So really quickly. Oh, let me just bring somebody on. 1 second.
Sure.
Assalamu alaikum. Zach, how are you?
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Okay, so Tani, let me explain really. Let me explain as briefly and as concisely as I possibly can. So,
Sure.
one, when we look at the issue of prayer and dua, and we try to understand how that interacts with qadr, or
Yep.
predestination, we need to understand and appreciate that Allah Subhanahu wa Taala already knows that you're going to make the dua. So it can be the case, and again, I'm not saying this is the case, but it can be the case that Allah Subhanahu wa Taala has made the predetermination already knowing that the person has made the dua that he doesn't want to die at this date but at a later date, and therefore makes that the later date. So it's not that Allah Subhanahu wa Taala is changing your predestination. It's that Allah Subhanahu wa Taala already knew what you were going to do in your free will, and therefore had made the decision based upon that.
So in the course, okay, I think I've heard this before, but it's probably just my lack of understanding and not really getting the concept around that. In that case, then is the person, so it was destined that that person would be making that prayer?
It's not that it's destined that he would be making that prayer. It's that Allah Subhanahu wa Taala knew he was going to make that prayer.
I guess that's where my confusion lies.
Yeah. So Allah Subhanahu
Because
wa Taala,
if there's a chain of events,
yeah,
at any point, and I'll be honest, I don't really believe in true free will. So I believe in this, there's optionality in our decision making, and some of those even that is outside our conscious control anyway. So this is the thing that perplexes me is, some people are raised in certain households or etc., and some people have certain levels of faith. So it almost seems to me that it's already judged that that person is going to make that prayer, because there is no other way of that person not making that prayer. Yeah, you're saying that they've made it through their own choices in life, which is fine, but there's certain choices which they never made in the start, right? So they had to be put into that faith one way or another. If they was born in a Muslim household, they never made that choice to be born in that Muslim household.
Yeah, so Tani, we have to understand and appreciate is that we're trying to understand what it means to think about and having knowledge of things in a atemporal sense, in a timeless sense, while we as human beings have only knowledge through a temporal sense, through chronology. So we're trying to do something which is very, very difficult, if not impossible, for us to do as human beings. So all I'm saying is this, is that I'm saying that if a person predetermines an event X to happen, and he knows that a person will make the choice Y, he might take that into consideration when predetermining X. Now, all of what I'm saying is all temporal language. That's part of the problem, because we are temporal creatures. So, so saying that Allah determined this date because He knew at this date you were going to. But with Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, this type of knowledge is not like temporal knowledge like we have. Like He's knowing past, present, and future, and things. He's becoming aware of certain things of what you're going to do. Rather, Allah Subhanahu wa Taala already knows that knowledge. It's something very hard to grasp because we don't think in that way. Yeah. But I'm saying there's no logical problem. That's the issue. There's no logical problem in saying dua will help grant you certain things yeah, while at the same time also believing that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has determined some of these things as well. So the fact is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala may have determined them before you were born, but was knew what you were going to do while you were alive, including that dua that you were going to make. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala doesn't mean that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala determined you to make the dua.
Right.
It's not in the cause. It's not causally necessary for when you have to die. That if you died at X time, it's because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala caused you to do a dua to say, I don't want to die, but at this time.
No, not you personally, but I'm talking about a third party, because it's the third party's making the dua. So, so a loved one or whatever. So
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knew the person's going to make the dua, and then based on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's decision, may have granted them their desired prayer to be fulfilled.
That's fine. So, but then that was already judged before that person was going to make the dua, yeah?
Yeah. But no, but the thing is, the point being is that it's already judged, not because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala made the decision and then came to know the person's going to make dua. He's not going to come to know after.
No, I understand that, because otherwise omniscience wouldn't work, right? I understand that, but can you understand what difficulty in because to me, the way I understand the time and the arrow of time, the fact that it's to do with entropy, and that if you were to reverse everything back, then you'd come back to the choice issue of free will, I think, because if you were, because how I understand it is you're made up of your experiences. That's why I don't believe in absolute free will, because you don't have free will to turn into an elephant or whatever.
Yeah, you don't have free will. Yeah.
Yeah, so you have choices. You have bounded optionality in the laws of physics and the laws of how God made the world, etc. But that's what I'm trying to.
So that's a different
wrestle with is if that person then had the choice of making the prayer, then it would have been due to all the past experiences, and they have belief. That's cool, no problem. But that's what I'm saying is then it had to be that everything in the past had to bring that point, had to make that event occur, right?
Yeah, but see,
and that's like multitudes and multitudes, because every person comes from no matter how many ways you arrange it, it has to come to that point, right? And
but Tani, just so quickly, the issue is in terms of the choice. So you coming to know that you should make dua, there may be certain events that have taken place outside of your knowledge, or certain outside of your choices. So let's say a person, there's certain things that. So once he comes to know that he needs to make dua, or prayer, to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, then at that moment he has a choice. He can choose to do it, to act upon his knowledge, or choose not to do it.
Okay, so can I ask you a question then? When you make your choices, if you were to go back and any choices, you can make them as arbitrary as not important as possible. Do you think you could have made any other choice?
So there's different views about what it means to have free will. One view is the possibility to do something else, or to do another option. Yeah. So if you go back in time, and go back to that point of making a choice, you could have done another choice, and so that's what some people believe refers to as free will. And other people say, well, no, even if you can't make any other choice except the choice that you made, then it doesn't matter because you made that choice.
Yeah, so I understand that's how our systems works, in that you have an entity that you ascribe volition to, an agency to, and that you have to have this to work in our social structure. But to me, if you were to rewind the clock, you wouldn't have a choice. So that's
there's no way of testing that. Tanya, that's the problem. Problem is there's no way of testing that. There's no way of being able to say, could we have done otherwise? All you have is different philosophical positions. What we're saying is this, or what I'm specifically saying is that there are non-necessitating reasons why you make choices. Non-necessitating. So yes, there are influences.
Well, I don't understand that non-necessitating point. Sorry, would you
clarify for me, please? So, for example, if I had a cake, strawberry cake and chocolate cake in front of me, then there may be lots of experiences in my past where I've always enjoyed chocolate cake. Yeah. But all of those experiences do not culminate in necessitating me choosing the chocolate cake. I still could choose the strawberry cake.
Yeah, so you're saying it's
That's
an arbitrary choice.
non-necessitating. So there are influences. There's environmental things that might influence my, whatever biological issues in terms of my taste buds. But all of those things are non-necessitating. Means I could still do otherwise.
I don't agree with that. Sorry.
That's fine. You don't have to agree with it or disagree with it. I'm just saying that's an explanation, and there's no way of testing this. That's the problem. So what people do is they take philosophical positions, yeah. And so some people say no, every choice has an explanation, yeah. But then, like I said, on what basis are they making that position? Are they making that position based upon some empirical data? Well, there is no empirical data you can verify on this issue. Is it based upon certain philosophical notions that it's logically impossible? There is no thing that you can point to say it's logically impossible to have non-necessitating choices. So you have to basically adopt a particular position. Now, in Islam, the position that we take when it comes to, and this is right at the beginning of the stream, and I was like trying to explain it to the person who came on before, is that look, Islam looks at choices and makes human beings morally responsible by looking at things like the idea of mukallif. Who is mukallif? Mukallif means who's responsible, and placing things like if you are forgetful until you remember, or if you oversleep until you wake up, that you're not responsible, or if you're insane and you regain sanity during a period of insanity, you're not responsible for what you're doing, your choices. Yeah, you're not morally responsible. So Islam seems to push a very clear idea that human beings are morally responsible for the choices that they make, irrespective of the influences of the environment. Yeah.
So, in terms of that morally responsible,
Hmm.
if you wind back when you said that it was non-necessitating, yeah.
Non-necessitating choices, yeah.
So they would be only morally responsible for non-necessitating choices. Is that correct?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that when you're saying that it's impossible to have non-necessitating choices, that's not the case. I'm saying there's no way of being able to test that. Yeah. The second issue is to do with, are we morally responsible? Do we have the ability to choose? And I'm saying within the Quranic text and within the Sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, we are responsible to act according to the Sharia. Yeah. And we are held responsible on the day of judgment based upon the decisions we made. Yeah. That's how it is. If you're a child, you're not responsible before the Sharia because you're not considered, your aql, your mind is not considered mature enough to be able to make morally responsible choices. Yeah.
So let's take my example. If I'm not intellectually competent enough to understand, or if that causes me issues, am I still morally responsible if my intellect isn't there?
Yeah, so this is to do with maybe the issue of salvation, isn't it? In terms of who is responsible before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And there's lots of ikhtilaf on this type of issue, but as a general position, the issue is that you're responsible based upon the knowledge you have. Yeah, so based upon the knowledge you have, are you going to act in accordance to what you believe is true, or you're going to reject it, or you're going to be stubborn or arrogant or whatever it is and not follow that knowledge. So if you're ignorant upon an issue, and maybe that ignorance might be because you're mentally retarded or whatever it is, or you haven't heard a message from the messenger, or you've been so totally confused because of the environment that you're in, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will judge you accordingly on that perspective as well.
So I guess it's a moot question. I mean, you could be sincerely not
misguided.
Misguided or not believe because there's no way to test this again. So I think that might be a moot point.
Yeah, so only
if you believe in your heart, or if you believe in your general awareness or your knowledge that things don't make sense, or you're not aware how they can make sense, then, and that you honestly believe that, then what would that mean?
Well, look, I can't judge whether somebody's
No, I'm not saying
sincere.
you. No, I'm not saying you.
No,
You can.
I know you're not
Yeah.
saying that, Tani. I'm just saying I can't do that. No human being can do that, but the Creator can. So Allah
Okay.
subhanahu wa ta'ala is the one that's going to judge you. Now, seems without a specific example. This is a very abstract discussion. Yeah, so that's why I'm only giving you a very general point. And the general point is this: is you're accountable based upon the knowledge you have and whether you acted according to that knowledge. That's the general point. And you have sound mind and sound reasoning. Yeah. If you have those things, then you're accountable. Now, where that actually applies to a specific individual, a specific moment. So this individual, he sincerely believes in, some religion that's not Islam, but because he's not received the message of Islam, because he doesn't know anything better, etc., 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 is he going to get punished? Now, there's differences of opinion amongst the scholars about this. Like Imam Ghazali took a very liberal approach, and he basically said that most human beings are not going to get punished in hellfire because most human beings are ignorant, yeah, or they heard the message in a distorted way, Islam in a distorted way, and so he said those who are assigned to hellfire forever are very few in number. Yeah, they are the ones that knew the message, heard it, understood it to be true, or understood the evidences and proofs for it, but still rejected it. Yeah, so he had a very broad view in regards to this, and he said that most people, their punishment is just facing the day of judgment. Yeah, in that in and of itself is going to be a punishment for people having to be judged and having the anxiety and the difficulties on that day. So there's, like I said, there's ikhtilaf on this particular issue because the Quran, like I said, the Quran talks about the generalities, talks about the idea of kufr meaning linguistically comes from the word meaning ungrateful. Yeah, meaning he recognizes something but he's ungrateful. Yeah, for it. So without any specific examples, I can only give you a very broad explanation.
Okay, thanks. I guess I'll see what I can understand a bit more about the determinism and because
No problem.
piece is difficult. But thanks for your time. Thanks for the answer.
No, thanks. Appreciate you coming on. Thanks. So.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum. Hey, Zach. Assalamualaikum.
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
How are you doing? It's been a long time.
Allah, it has. How are you?
We really miss you. Alhamdulillah, we're good. Alhamdulillah. Barakallah feek.
MashaAllah.
It's been a while.
Good to see you. I'm just glad to be around back like the old days.
Yeah, alhamdulillah. Yeah.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, it's been quite a while. We should bring those days back, inshallah.
Inshallah.
So
I'm just kind of here listening. It's good to see your all faces and be able to interact.
Yeah, but participate with the questions, inshallah.
If there's something
so go on, Zach, go on, you say. You're going to say Zach?
I was just saying if there's something that that I have to add. You all do a better job than I do, so I'm just kind of listening. But if there's something I feel that might be beneficial, I'll add it for sure. Otherwise, I'm just kind of here. Inshallah.
Yeah, I think we've got maybe 2 or 3 guests, so we might have to steam through this because we've been here for a while, and Abdulrahman's getting tired now. So we've got Amr.
I'm sorry, Abdulrahman. It's earlier where he is than where I am, and I'm the latest.
No, I'm okay. Don't worry about me.
But Zach,
okay. he finally fell asleep, so he's not annoying me anymore. So that's fine.
Alhamdulillah. Yeah. So okay, alhamdulillah. Amr has put his camera on, so I'll bring him on. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. How are you brothers doing?
Alhamdulillah, good man. What about yourself?
Yeah, not bad. Mashallah, you guys are 3.5 hours and still going strong.
Alhamdulillah. Have you got a question or comment or contention or doubt?
I did have 1-2 questions. I am a Muslim, but there were 1-2 things that were troubling me that I can't seem to be able to understand.
Okay, so we're going to have to go through these questions quickly as well, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm just saying to the other brothers as well. So go on, go for it, Arma. What's your first one?
Okay, so in terms of apostasy, what is the Islamic stance on apostasy? And I can't seem to understand why there would be like capital punishment for it.
So it's a big topic, the issue of apostasy. So generally, isn't it, is that a ridda, like apostasy law, is something that's not just somebody simply says, I'm not going to believe anymore, or he simply decides not to believe, but rather he's vocal about it. It's within an Islamic environment, within an Islamic society, state, and obviously there's a context that his ridda has influence within other people, and based upon that there is like what we call a had punishment for this. Why that exists? Well, there's two things that we have to ask. Is that when we say why, we need to understand, is this why because of we're trying to understand the reasoning behind what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given it? Yeah, is there an explanation that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala himself says this is the reason why? Or are we trying to understand what may be some of the outward benefits of having these types of rules and regulations? So obviously there are no specific explanations as to why there are certain had punishments, but what we can do is we can observe some of the outcomes that these have, like for example the had punishments on drinking alcohol, or had punishments on fornication and things like that. And I don't know if you come across the hadith of the boat, hadith of the Safina, Armor.
I don't think so.
Bottom deck. So the Prophet Sallam, he explains, it's not that long, but I'm just going to paraphrase it. But he explains, and he says, the parable of those people who keep Allah's limit, the hudud of Allah, and those who do not keep Allah's limit, is like the parable of a boat who's got a top deck and a bottom deck. And if the people on the bottom deck decide to drill a hole in the bottom of the ship in order to get water, so that they don't disturb the people on the top deck, and if the people on the top deck don't stop them, then what's going to happen is the whole boat's going to sink. Yeah. So the Prophet is explaining a point, and what he's trying to explain is that we as individuals, we may do an act, but if the act is done publicly, then it has an influence on the society at large. Yeah. Whether that's changing public opinion, making people feel any less shame about the act, making people feel like it's normalized. And once you start doing that, then it affects other people's behaviors as well, because we're social creatures. So in order to prevent some things from occurring within society, some things which are considered criminal, then the best way to do that is to have certain laws. And so what happens is that a person, for example, if a person fornicates and he keeps it private, then the harm that he's causing fundamentally is between him, the person he's fornicating with, and he's going to be responsible before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But if a person does that publicly or makes it known that he's doing these things publicly, then the harm that he's affecting is not just between him and the person he's doing it with, but rather it becomes between him and society at large, because he's normalizing something which is criminal. Yeah. And I think all societies have these types of red lines within societies. For example, you don't find in this society that much. They do it a little bit, but if you've got some drug taking on films, like they're shooting up heroin, and you find them showing them that they're really enjoying it. It's the best feeling, either promoting it, and in fact, from my understanding, they would be banned if they were to present shooting up heroin and promoting it as though it's a really good thing on film, because they know that can affect people's psyche and mentality in the same way they ban like child pornography and other things like that, even cartoon childlike pornography where there's no actual victims as well, because they know it affects people's behaviors and mentalities.
Right. Okay.
So that's the explanation. Answering that question, yeah. So the issue of apostasy is that you don't want it to become normalized within society, that it's okay, it becomes a trend, it's a fashion, things like that, because people are emotional. The same way in this society people ban racism. Yeah, it's not the fact that they are worried. It's not the fact that they think racism is a valid, rational idea that they're scared of because they don't have good
Yeah.
arguments against it, is because they know the nature of human beings and how how certain ideas are like viruses that infect people's souls. And so it's better to protect the society at large by prohibiting certain ideas like racism. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Jazakallah for that explanation.
Well, yeah.
Can I? Would it be okay if I add on that one?
Yeah, go for it, Zach. Go, yeah.
Sharif knows the fiqh probably better than I do, but this is one of the few issues where there is ikhtilaf on the nature of had for for irtidad or perhaps even khirab. At least among is the woman who leaves Islam is not subject to the had punishment. She would be punished traditionally, but it would not be a punishment of death. Whereas man would, and what this gets into is when you look into some of the things, is that the Hanafis looked at the it wasn't the actual not having faith or not having belief that was the trigger for the punishment, or the illa of the punishment. It was the notion of khirab, or how could we translate that into English? Sedition. So and they ruled that the men and women, they had a different quality, and so a woman, when she left Islam, it was an issue of belief with no sedition, and that a man, his leaving the faith implied or entailed sedition. And they also went a step further and said potential sedition is equal to sedition in men, so that if a woman were to actually pick up a sword and start fighting, he would also be subject to the death penalty. Let's just put it at that, hudud, in that sense. So there's a lot of nuances in it. Some could I don't like to translate this necessarily as apostasy, because in the English sense that actually is a leaving of a belief paradigm, whereas it's also possible to understand that this is more of a treason or an act of sedition than it is an act of disbelief. And I don't know, maybe that. What would you say on that, Brother Sharif?
I know the Hanafis have a position, and Imam Sarkhazi sort of gives the analogy between the reason why there's a difference when the had is not applied upon the woman as opposed to the man, and sort of gives the indication about hiraba and sedition and warfare, etc. But yeah, so that's okay? Yeah, I'm gonna have to go to the next speaker.
Sure, understood. No worries.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
Absolutely. Jazakallah khair, brother. Take care. Assalamu alaikum.
There you go. Welcome, salam for that. Okay, we're going to add Yahya to the stream. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam, brothers. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, good. Are you calling from the UK or are you calling from India?
I'm Indian and I'm currently in Canada, so I'm calling from Canada.
Oh, right. I saw the Patel name, Yahya Patel. So, you must be Gujarati.
Yeah, I'm from Gujarat.
Okay.
Okay, so my questions were actually two, but if you don't have too much time, you can just answer one. So my first question was, we say that there are some things that are impossible for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, like creating another God. That's something that I can understand, that okay, this is impossible, but there are other things too which would be considered impossible, like for example a four-sided triangle, making a four-sided triangle. So were those limits already existent from pre-eternity, or were they something that were placed later?
Okay, I don't know if Abdulrahman wants to briefly, concisely answer that one.
Because both of these examples are quite just obvious why that's impossible. I mean, it's quite sort of by definition. And so the four-sided triangle, it doesn't even make sense. So
yeah.
it's impossible, as in there is no possible world where a four-sided triangle it can exist. So it doesn't make sense to say that it was possible then became impossible, because it's just, you know, the impossibility here is just
you know,
right there analytically. Yeah.
You know, Abdulrahman, I think what it is that when people think of impossible and possible, they it's like, for example, maybe Yahya can correct me, but it's like people think, is it impossible for us to travel faster than the speed of light? Yeah, and you're saying, and then people look at that, which is like an empirical impossibility, and then think about, you know, four-sided triangles in the same sense, that it's some sort of law of nature. Yeah.
Maybe so maybe the way to make the distinction is like one is analytic and the other is synthetic. In that, so the analytic one, you have you know, the possibility or the necessity or the impossibility is going to be right there within the sentence, as in the subject is going to be contained within the predicate, and vice versa.
Yahya, do you understand what analytic and synthetic possibilities or impossibilities?
Not quite.
So analytic is going to be something that's maybe sure if you can explain it, because I'm just going to give another complicated.
So all it means is that where the where the predicate is contained in the subject, I'll explain. Yeah. So when I say a three-sided triangle, all I'm saying is that a triangle has three sides. So that's just its definition, isn't it? It's true by definition. Yeah, the attribute of three sides is contained in the very subject of what it means to be a triangle. Yeah.
Okay.
So what Abdulrahman is saying, because I'm his interpreter, is he's just simply saying this. He's saying that, look, when somebody makes a sentence, is the sentence, does it have any meaning? For it to have meaning, you can't have it making no sense. Because, like, for example, if I say, can God create a four-sided triangle, makes no sense, because by definition, a triangle is three sides. Yeah. And by definition, if it's no longer, if a shape is no longer three sides, it's not a triangle. So the sentence doesn't make any sense. It's gibberish. Yeah. So that's like an analytic proposition. Yeah. Now, synthetic one is just basically saying, well, you know, what's the boiling point of water? I don't know. Is it contained in the definition of the word water? No. Yeah. So I have to do an experiment. I have to see what it's like. Yeah. So that means that I'm going to see, all right, it boils at 100 degrees Celsius under normal room conditions. So therefore, that's what it is. That's a synthetic proposition. Yeah. So something like synthetic proposition can change. There's no, it's not impossible for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to make water boil at 110 degrees, because it will still be water. It just boils at 110 degrees. Yeah.
I live a mile high. Water doesn't boil at 100 degrees Celsius where I'm at, for instance.
So when the atmosphere is less, then water boils at a lower temperature. Yeah. So it's not within the definition of water. Yeah, for it to boil at 100 degrees Celsius. So these things, when we talk about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala cannot create a squared circle, it's not because it's limiting Allah, and it's not because this is some law of nature. It's just because that sentence doesn't make any sense. I could just be saying gibberish.
Yeah. So
another way to say it is that it's impossible in itself. It's not impossible through another, as in there's not something external to the sentence that makes it impossible. For example, it's not that God just chooses not to create a four-sided triangle, therefore it's impossible for it to exist, because of course if God says he won't create it, then he won't. No, it's impossible in itself, as in the proposition itself accounts for its own impossibility. You don't need to look for it anywhere else, right?
Okay, so the reason why I said this example is because a thought came to my mind that triangle is a creation. So the concept of triangle could be a creation. So it seems like the limit has to be placed later. That's why I was asking this question.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, but what the problem is that when we're asking questions as human beings, we're asking questions which are meant to be meaningful to us. Yeah. And so we're using words and meanings that have certain connotations. So when I say a married bachelor is impossible, it's not because it's because our understanding, our comprehension of it is meaningless. Yeah, I could literally be saying gobbledygook, nothing. I can say nothing. Yeah, and that's this exact same equivalent to what I'm talking about when I'm saying a married bachelor. It's not. It's literally nothing. Yeah, not because it's predetermined to be nothing, but it's because as a human being, it has no meaning in my mind. Yeah, a four-sided triangle has no meaning in my mind. It's not like I can't conceive of it, like, I can't conceive of aliens in space. No, it's like literally there's nothing in my mind because it's not a sentence. It's not a word.
Yeah, you see, this has to do with like non-contradiction, and how non-contradiction is just one thing that's so essential and natural. It's like whenever you make a statement, whenever you say something, yeah, right? So if you say it is raining outside, then included within what you're saying implicitly is that you're negating the opposite of that. As in you're saying it's not raining. You're negating the fact that it's not raining, right? So in the same way, when you say triangle, so when you say four-sided triangle, now when you're saying triangle, you're negating that what you're referring to is anything but a three-sided shape. So when you say four-sided, you're just contradicting yourself. If by the word triangle you mean what we all mean, maybe there's a different language where the word triangle is some different shape. Okay, that's a different story. But then if you mean what we mean by triangle, then you can't just say, hey, I mean three-sided, but at the same time, it needs to be four-sided. Your sentence just doesn't even make sense. Get it?
Okay. Yeah, I get that. I get that. So can I ask just one more question? And
Yeah,
I
go
hope
for it.
hopefully this will be short. So the thing is that in my teenage years, I actually, felt a little agnostic at some time, and I didn't know how to, like, I know that there has to be God, but I didn't had atheistic thought because that didn't make any sense to me. But I was very confused that, okay, now what? I have some questions and I don't know how to solve them. And at that time, because people around me, they looked up to science, so I used to, open YouTube and look up to scientific videos, but it didn't help me. It's now that I'm trying to, hear about rational discussions about the topic of God, that it makes much more sense to me, and it has content in my heart. But the thing is that these discussions are somewhat philosophical. Like sometimes the words that I used here are a bit philosophical, and I want to know that
Yeah,
how
you're breaking up.
do I
Sorry.
start learn? I start. So my basic question is that what was supposed
So you broke
now?
up a little bit then. What was the
Hello.
question again? Sorry. About, I know you mentioned about how some of the discussions are
So my
philosophical.
Yeah. So my question was that where do I start to understand some philosophical concepts and philosophical ideas? Because when I search on internet, there's way more material that I could go through, and when I search in YouTube, there is material from different types of people and different people from different backgrounds and different ideas. So where should I start to learn more about it?
Okay. So I've just really quickly. So I don't know if you come across it, but on Thought Adventure Podcast, we have a course called the Evidence Course. So if you get a
Yes.
chance, you can have a look at
Yeah,
that.
I watched half of that, but but again, like I was told by someone to get the book of Imam As-Sanusi, and they told me that it's the basic Ash'ari creed. So I got that, but in there, there are some words and some passages that just go on from top of my mind, even though that it's a basic book. Like, for example, I didn't know what the word accident and substances mean. I had to go through a lot of text to understand. Okay, this is what it means. So to be able to read text like these, I need something, some sort of reference where I can go through and understand these basic topics.
So what I would caution you upon a little bit is that some of the theological schools of thought, they are trying to understand some of the complexities in the theology. Yeah, so that they're not meant to be necessarily for an average Muslim to read through and understand some of these complexities. Yeah. So just be aware that there's two aspects when it comes to understanding belief. One aspect is creating that certainty and assuredness within our iman. Yeah. And some of that requires maybe some discussion around philosophy today because of the way atheism is and its attacks against Islam. So you have to go into some details on these types of discussions. But most of it's quite, simplified, or it sounds complicated, but when you break it down, it's quite simplified. Yeah, in your own mind, when you break it down, you realize that it's not as complicated as people make it out to be. So I'm just saying that. So there's those types of discussions, and those to me are more important than some of the discussions around the theological type debates about the names and attributes of Allah. They taken literal, non-literal. What does it mean that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's attributes, are they identical to the essence or not? These types of discussions, although obviously we don't believe in absolute divine simplicity, these types of discussions are secondary to us. Yeah. Primary is to build that base.
Yeah.
And from that base, you build the understanding that the Quran is the word of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And then you take what the Quran says as now your foundation of your belief system. Yeah. And how you understand Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And if then later on some things come which are complicated, or you want to delve in some of these complexities, then you have the opportunity to look at and study different schools of theology. Yeah, but I wouldn't start with that as somebody who's young. I would start with some of the more not basic science, but more the fundamental sciences, like science of tafsir as an example. Yeah, or science of tajweed, or learning the fiqh, of how to live your life. These things are more fundamental and the more impactful upon a person's behavior and actions than learning abstract ideas around occasionalism, or the different theological positions within the Ibn Taymiyyah's Atharian school of thought or anything like that. So just be careful, because people get into these types of discussions and then they become the main discussion that they have, and they lose the bigger picture. When I'm discussing some of these topics, and especially with atheists, I'm not really concerned whether this person's going to land on absolute divine simplicity or not, because all I want him to become is away from atheism. Once he becomes a theist, then we can have a different discussion when it comes to the authority of the text and what does text indicate, either Quran and the Sunnah indicate. So I'll just be wary of those types of things. Build the core understanding up, and build, really more importantly, if you want to get into more of the details, look at what are the debates today. The debates are not really the debates of 1,000 years ago. Yeah, about certain debates around the nature of Allah. Is it double negative theology, things like that, like the Ismailis have? Those are not the debates today. The debates today are more with, like you said, science and the role of the mind and the role of science in discerning truths. And is it absolute? Is it only science that can do that? Those are more the debates, the topic areas that need to be studied and understood more than these other areas. Yeah.
I can throw out at least one work. A good place to start then would be Said Nursi, because we're talking about the truths of belief as opposed to like the depths of Aqidah. So, and Brother Sharif, he actually does go into one of the works on the establishing the proof of the prophethood through Nursi's, one of his treatises on that. So it's a comprehensive work that might be a good place to start. So, Said Nursi was the name of the author.
Yeah. Cool. Jazakallah. Yahya, have you got any other questions or points?
No, Jazakallah. These are my contingencies that I had right now.
No problem. Continue to follow, subscribe, inshallah, and share our work. Jazakallah khair.
Inshallah.
And join any of the
Inshallah.
streams that we have in future as well, inshallah. Take care.
Inshallah. Okay,
Salam.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Right, we've got our last guest, which is Murtaza. So, Murtaza, if you could show us your face in the back channel, and then we'll add you on. Cool, yeah. So, we'll add you onto the stream. Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Wa alaikum assalam. I just wanted to ask, can you hear me properly?
Yeah, we can hear you perfectly good.
I wanted to inquire about a Facebook post that Abdulrahman made a couple of weeks ago. It's about his discussion on can you affirm God having two hands? I just wanted to ask like a question about it.
Yeah, go ahead. You can ask your question.
So you state that that the apparent meaning of yad is as the Taymiyyah understands it within scripture, at least in certain instances, is affirmed by numerous scholars across the board, even among the mutakallimun who opt for reinterpretation. So what is that understanding? Because I don't know what that is.
What that means is the zahir meaning that, for example, the Ash'ari wants to do ta'wil of, a real yad, is affirmed as the zahir or the apparent in some verses. That's all it means. As in, he doesn't say that that's what it is, the ta'wil of it, but it is affirmed as the apparent meaning in certain instances in the Quran and Sunnah. That's all it means.
So would the apparent meaning entail any sort of physicality, like 3 dimensions?
Well, you see, that's the thing. You see, so part of what I was trying to say in that post is that the person who does ta'wil sees this zahir meaning as entailing certain things that are not befitting of God. So he's like, no, I have to do ta'wil of it and give some kind of metaphorical or figurative account of what the verse is trying to say, and take that other meaning. Right now, where the common ground comes in is that both, like, everybody agrees that what is not appropriate or what implies any kind of deficiency must be negated of God, and clearly tashbih is just unacceptable. There's no compromise there. Now, the difference of opinion is going to be where, like, what are the standards of that? Like, what's the criteria that determines you're doing tashbih? And this is where there's going to be the positions all the way from, like, let's say, like the mujassima, like the karramiyya, right, all the way to the batiniyya, the Ismailis. Everybody's accusing everybody else of tajsim in one way or another, right? So the let's say basically the Ismaili supposedly is telling the Avicennan or the Falasifa that they're doing tajsim by even making negations of God. And the same thing is being told, like, so between the Mu'tazila and the Jahmiyyah, right? The Jahmiyyah would tell the Mu'tazila, well, why are you affirming names? You only know that names are applied to creation, so some kind of tashbih. And then the Mu'tazili denies that, of course, and then they make the same accusation to the Ash'ari, and the Ash'ari makes the same accusation to the Athari. Now, the question here is, what is it that implies tashbih? Is it any notion of similarity, any notion of commonality? Well, if that's what it is, not similarity here, it requires qualification, so don't take it too literally. But the point is, if that's what implies tashbih, then you can only equivocate when you predicate of God. What equivocation means is that you use a term, but that term it just has a completely different meaning than the way we use it, right? So basically, you say, let's say God has knowledge, but then the meaning of knowledge that applies to God is just completely unlike any meaning that applies to creation. And you can just do that with everything you predicate of God, right? Now, if that's the case, then really, you're not really saying anything about God, because those words just become completely meaningless as far as we're concerned. and there's no notion of like, you know, there's no way to predicate anything of him intelligibly, right? So you're talking about Taymian position. Now, Ibn Taymiyyah says, well, it's impossible for any two existence, any two realities, to not have anything in common. At least they both exist is true, right? And to say that there's tashbih, of course, relies on several metaphysical commitments that can be discussed. I mean, I wouldn't accept them, but there's some assumptions of, let's say, like realism of properties, and you know that there are actual shared properties, and other things that don't really need to be accepted, and don't really need to be accepted according to Ibn Taymiyyah. What Ibn Taymiyyah says is that, you know, the way to go about this is really analogical predication, because these things that we do attribute, even of creation, right? Nothing is applied in a sense that, you know, is univocal between completely different categories. It's just stated by an analogy, in the sense that there's some notion of similarity that accounts for our ability to predicate the same term to different realities. But then in terms of the kayfiyya, like what that implies and what it entails, that's not going to be something that is shared between different levels of reality. It can be shared between like humans. We say, I'm a human, you're a human. There's clearly something that's shared there. But of course, for a conceptualist like Ibn Taymiyyah, that's going to be like a concept that's shared, right? Now, just to cut it a bit short, yeah, Ibn Taymiyyah was somewhat of a nominalist or conceptualist. You could say moderate nominalist. And the idea is the same. Ibn Taymiyyah utilizes this principle just across the board. So he simply says that, look, guys, if we're doing this, then what's really going to judge? Since we're predicating things of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and you predicate knowledge of God, and somebody can come to you and say, well, and they do, like other schools, and say, well, look, knowledge implies such and such, and that's not appropriate to predicate of God. And you say, no, the knowledge that I predicate of God is not something that entails those things. It is knowledge that befits His Majesty, even if that's completely inconceivable in the sense that you can only think of knowledge in a certain way, right? So let's say that you define knowledge as access to some kind of knowables. Well, the Ash'ari, the Athari, or the Taymi would say that yad is that which, you know, grasps or has the capacity to grasp. Now, here, these two meanings, they can be predicated, and we can just stop there. But no, you're going to dig for deeper layers. And once you do, you're going to realize that even in knowledge, you're going to deny any kind of kayfiyya that is associated with our experience of what knowledge is. And then you read the post, I think, and it goes further into like even the way Muslims across the board, not necessarily across the board, but like at least Sunnis, the way they see the pleasures of Jannah and how they utilize this principle of analogical predication in that, and how they know about things in Jannah by calling them specific names, not in an equivocal fashion, but in an analogical fashion, while at the same time denying any knowledge of kayfiyya. Like you couldn't give me like the definition that's universally applicable to, let's say, an apple that is in dunya and in Jannah. You couldn't do that, because whatever that we must affirm our ignorance of the kayfiyya. The hadith, you know, what no eye has seen, no ear has heard, and hasn't crossed the mind of man. It's just hasn't been conceived of. So that's generally the idea, and of course there's a lot of back and forth that can go with that.
So the question I have is, how do you know how do you know if you're equivocally predicating or you're analogically predicating? So here's an example. So Allah has hands, right? Right. Wait, let's give an example. Example doesn't come to my mind, but if you say hand is being interpreted as power in some context, right? How would you know if that's really like univocal, if it's analogical, if hands are being used as a tool as such? And you could say that could be quite the literal definition. So would that be like an applicable? Would that be a safe way to interpret?
I didn't understand what you said about tool. Can you repeat that part?
So if I ask you like what is a hand, it's not you can't really give a clear definition anyway. Like even in humans, we just have a sort of conceptual understanding by looking at loads of hands and just kind of like using conventions to use that term. So I'm saying the way that we use hand as like a tool, like we do things with hand, so we can understand hand as a tool, and then we can use that as the analogy, the basis for the analogy between humans and gods, to understand what God means by hand. So would that be like a fair way of understanding things, in your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, provided you're denying any kind of knowledge of kayfiyya, yeah.
Right.
So
Okay.
you have this knowledge of what hands are, right? But you clearly wouldn't say that God's attribute of yad is anything like the human attribute of yad. In the same way, you can do that with other and there's a good paper called I forgot what it's called, but it's by Daniel Bonavac. It's about theories of analogical predication, and he talks about how we do this even in science. I mean, you can't get you can't get rid of analogical predication altogether, because we have this ability to predicate things of specific objects in an analogical way that we just, we don't necessarily have like a metaphysical account of how we do that. Like if you look at what Wittgenstein and what he taught what he says about games, right? So like we look at all these games. This is a game, that's a game, that's a game. Now give me some universal definition that would be applicable to what a game is. And you couldn't do that, because I mean, every sort of definition you try to give that's universally applicable, you're going to find an exception to that. It has to be multiplayer. No, there are games with like a single player. It has to be competitive. No, there are games that are not competitive. Whatever you give, there's going to be exception. And then he's like, look, we have this ability to just look at these things and call them all games, and you don't need that, that one thing that's in common between all these things. Now that's a rough example, but in the same way, it can be applied to what I'm saying here, as in, so including what you think is like an entailment of affirming the attribute, right? So whatever you think about the entailments, I mean, it's really going to be the same thing. If not, then like why doesn't it apply to the other attributes? That's a question like I really haven't seen a convincing answer to. It might be out there, but I mean, like since I put that post out, nobody has really given me a convincing answer of how we do it in those other attributes then, right? It's sort of just hand waving. I was like, no, that's a different one. I mean, how's it different?
So for example, you bring mercy and you say that whatever someone says about hands, you can make a similar counter argument using mercy. But it feels like any attribute regarding consciousness, so knowledge, seeing, hearing, that can easily be analogically predicated, because, well, especially if you're like a dualist or an idealist, there's already this non-physical sort of substratum to the thing anyway. So we're not making, there's not like
so you don't have a problem that, so what it could go, so our knowledge, the way we have knowledge is similar, is right. So we have knowledge in this sort of the same way,
right? You
could apply that meaning to God univocally too. So God has knowledge in the same way. You don't have a problem with that simply because it's a meaning. Is that what you're saying?
I don't have a problem with that. Yeah, I'd be okay with that.
So how is that not tashbih then? I mean, how are you not saying that? How is you saying that God's knowledge is the same in terms of its modality, in terms of its kayfiyya, in terms of its access to that which is knowable? It's the same as human knowledge.
Not fully the same. Like for example, if you ask me like 79 times 50, it take me like 15 seconds to figure that out, whereas God just has like immediate knowledge. So it's not exactly the same, but I'm saying it's similar enough to like, it's similar enough.
Okay, fine. So you affirm similarity, right?
Yeah.
So what? Okay, so what's the problem you have with the ether?
Yeah, because when it comes to like more physical known attributes like hands, legs, even laughter.
No, but physical, I'm going to say it's not the same as well. So you're saying there's some notion of sameness, but I'm just not going to say it's the same thing. Let's assume there's physicality that's entailed. Of course, I'm not granting you that. But then it's assuming that's the case, I'm just going to say the same thing you're saying right now. So there's some notion of similarity. You're just talking about it being analogically predicable, where there's some notion of similarity. So it's not, but it's not.
Would the physical be understood as having 3 dimensions? That's the bit.
Why is that an entailment? I mean, really. I mean, not even Like even according to like the sciences and physicists these days, nobody would be so confident in talking about space like that. Allah is so for let's say for the Athari, who says that or the Ibn Taymiyyah says that everything that exists can be pointed at either directly or indirectly, right? Now Allah would be like unidirectional, I mean, right? So it's like God is not bound by any kind of space, right? Now you can't conceive of that. See, when I say that you're a spatial being, there is a mental image I have in mind. It's not specifically you, but I know what that is. Now, can you conceive of what I'm just describing about this unidirectional being? You can't conceive of it. So how can you make that kind of hukum on it? How can you make that judgment that it entails this kind of three-dimensionality or limitation in the way you're thinking about it? So it's the same way I can't conceive of whatever knowledge is for Allah. Like right now, Allah knows the discussion that we're having. At the same time, He can hear everybody else. I mean, I just can't conceive of that. I can describe it, but I just can't conceive of it. Now, but I can still call it knowledge, right? Now, atheists sometimes they're atheist philosophers I've seen who make arguments against this and say, look, you have this conception of knowledge about God that's really weird. And I've heard Alex Malpass tell somebody, well, that's not knowledge, that's schmowledge, right? He's like, it's this weird concept that's not really knowledge. But then, of course, I don't agree with him. But by that same line of reasoning, I mean, you could apply it to the Taymian position. Really, the same would apply. I don't see why this what the idea you have of physicality and spatiality, if it's implied or entailed by yad, I don't see why that form or idea you have in mind must be the kayfiyya of the creator when we deny that of Allah for all the attributes.
Yeah, I think I understand now. Jazakallah.
Well, yeah.
Okay, Jazakallah khair, Murtaza. You don't have any other questions, or?
No, that was it. Jazakallah.
So is Abdulrahman still on the manhaj then, or?
Officially now, yeah.
Thank you, Murtaza.
You know when Abdulrahman wrote that post, I thought, oh my god, he's got a lot of time on his hands because he's going to be getting a lot of questions.
I saw the number of comments on that.
I wrote it in 2 hours, like on off. But I just like said, okay, look, I've been saying I'm going to write it, so I just sat there and wrote it one shot. Yeah, so alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. It's the comments and the questions and the accusations and the misinterpretations afterwards. No, I don't mean this. I mean this.
Yeah,
but yeah,
that's what I came to clarify. Yeah.
No, alhamdulillah, it's good. It's good. Yeah, it's a complicated subject area, and I think at the beginning, Abdulrahman made a really nice point, which is actually echoed by Imam Ghazali, because Imam Ghazali wrote a book called Al-Faisal Tafrika. I don't know if you've come across that, Murtaza.
No.
Okay. It's basically it was a response to an Ashari who was accusing the Hanbalites, basically, of making Allah-like creation and basically making takfir of them. And so he wrote this book as a response to basically talking about where the difference, what it means, where the limits are within Islamic theology and Islamic theological discourse. And he just makes the point that what happens, what the actual khilaf or the ikhtilaf is on these types of discussions is the proposition that's mentioned within the Quran about the names and attributes of Allah, do they require a rational, or is there a rational indicator to indicate it away from its apparent literal meaning or not? Yeah, and then Imam Ghazali is basically saying that, look, they differ upon what the rational indicator is, or what it entails. I think that's the key point. What certain things where you're affirming what it would entail or not. So the Ashiris are accusing the Hanbalis of saying, well, if you adopt this, this, and this entails this. And what Imam Ghazali says that in response, the Hanbali is saying, we believe this, this, and this, and we believe that it does not entail this. So the debate was never about actually, yes, we can affirm that Allah is like creation or not. It was a case of
definition.
Yeah, it was, or the implication. Yeah,
the logical connection.
Yeah, is there an implication? Is there a logical necessary implication to adopt a particular position on things like the yad, of Allah? So I think that's where the the discussion was. But you know, these are centuries-old debates, and yeah, Abdulrahman's Facebook post has solved it all. I'm joking.
Alhamdulillah.
But yeah, alhamdulillah. Murtaza, I appreciate you coming on. Jazakallah khair.
Appreciate being on here. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam to Allah. So I think, inshallah, that's it now. No more guests. 4 hours, 20 minutes. Not bad. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a nice stream. I liked it, alhamdulillah.
I was quite. I you know what? Today I was thinking we're not going to get anybody coming on. Who's going to come on for a general Q&A? It's going to be boring. We're just going to be. And I was thinking I'm going to have to think of questions to ask you guys.
No, there were some interesting questions. I was pleasantly surprised as well. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah. No, alhamdulillah.
Zach joining us was the highlight of it. Alhamdulillah. Zach.
Yeah. No, alhamdulillah. It was good. And I think
want to make any announcements about any whatever
so Abdulrahman's got his course that he's finishing off, aren't you, Abdulrahman?
Oh yeah, I'm finishing that up.
Introduction on Epistemology in Ibn Taymiyyah.
Yeah, inshallah that'll come sometime in the future, inshallah.
So that course has been to keep audience members to keep your eyes out for that course, inshallah. That should be coming to you this side of 2022 or the 2020s.
Hopefully 2022. Hopefully,
inshallah. And then
yeah, we're planning a few stuff, inshallah. But I think we'll update everybody.
Yeah.
Okay,
it only happened once. Yeah, it only happened once.
It's pretty funny, but yeah, inshallah, because we do have a few stuff coming up, and just a reminder about Jake. He's just occupied with family business today. That's why he didn't join. But inshallah, he'll be joining future streams, and we might have a few interesting names. I'm not going to announce it yet until I completely finalize it. But big names coming on soon. Like already made contact. Some major philosophers.
You know,
let's just put it this way, huh?
No, go on. Sorry, go on. You say.
I'm saying, let's put it this way. One of the top philosophers of religion over the past, I don't know, couple of decades, maybe. No exaggeration. So that might be coming up very soon, as well as another academic. So yes, so it should be announced soon once it's finalized, inshallah.
Inshallah. You know who I want to bring back on because I wasn't part of the stream? Joshua Rasmussen.
Oh yeah, there definitely needs to be a part 2
discussion.
I can have a stream every day with Josh. Like really,
he's a nice guy.
there needs to be a part 2.
Yeah, I think we need to bring him back on, inshallah.
Let's Mapas as well, because that was a great discussion. We might plan something, inshallah.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I'll let you and Jake deal with that one again.
Yeah, maybe Oppie sometime soon. You never know.
Yeah. Inshallah. Yeah. Cool. Jazakallah khair, Abdulrahman. Jazakallah khair, Zach, for coming on as well. Appreciate it, mashallah. Long time no see. Hopefully we'll see again soon, inshallah. And maybe on another platform as well. Maybe we'll get one of those calls going again.
Inshallah, I'm planning to get back on Facebook if you're all on it. So then we may start up those discussions that we were having on our own.
Yeah, definitely. Cool. Okay, Jazakallah khair. I'm going to go to an outro. Hopefully, inshallah, this all works. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum salam.